Good morning, my friends. How's everybody doing? Hmm, Sorry, I'm coming on a little bit late. I had issues uploading the stream. How's everybody doing? There's some interesting developments happening with AMC right now that I saw that I'll show you guys on the chart. There's an important level that we need to break that I think that due to the timing and the events that could happen, it could be really, really, really interesting and bullish. So I'm just waiting for everybody else to come in. TV, how are you, my dudes? Rem, anxious about what is changing in AMC. We all are. We all are. Hopefully for the best. We're at a very, very interesting price range right now. We could say we're about 16 cents away from something really interesting. Good day to you too, my friend. We're going to look at that. We have another judge speaking in about 30 minutes, or not judge, sorry, a Fed member. I had one speak this morning. Alice, good morning to you. We had one speak this morning, and another one is speaking at 11. Then, of course, tomorrow is the CPI numbers, which is important. This is why you see the market the way that it is. It's going to be very volatile tomorrow. I, in fact, was able to get into get out of my SPY positions with a profit. I was due this Friday, and what I'm thinking of doing is actually re-enter at a lower price because, you know, pump and dump, right? Making profits, taking those profits over to my favorite positions. But very, very interesting bullish action for AMC, and I will show you guys on the chart in just a bit what I'm seeing, and then we'll go over some more. We'll go over some more stocks and stuff and see what's happening with the overall market, like with the SPY and all that stuff. How's everybody doing? Good. All right. So let me go ahead and bring that chart up real quick onto here. Window capture. What's up, Pabloco? What's up, my mans? How are you doing? Now everybody sees my background. Okay, there we go. Good. It appears the market is green overall. What's happening? The new SEC rule for disclosure and risk management, etc. No, it's not. I'll tell you what it is exactly. Nguyen, hello. How are you doing? Cool Runner. Here you go, Cool Runner. Huh? This one is for you, Cool Runner. It's almost running out though, so I'm gonna leave it behind. Pabloco, see Caravana. Oh, I will. We will look at some of those. I'll put that next as soon as we look at. I'll show you guys what's going on with AMC. I'm glad to hear that, Gwen. I use so many. So there's Trading View, and then this one is Weeble's chart. So like I use just about any charting. I'm not really specific on what software I would use in anything. Of course, some are a little more convenient. Some have a lot more indicators than other. But at the end of the day, I'm more about the price action than the overall, you know, like indicators and all that stuff. Like, see, this is moving averages and stuff. We could take this really off, honestly. And I'm all about reading the price action. See, like in the morning, the reason why I got out of my, and this is the SPY, by the way, the reason why I got out of my SPY is so crazy. I got out exactly at 441, so it went up 4 more cents before it dipped. It's because I was in a very profitable position, and instead of having to go through this. Whenever we made that gap and we launched right off the open, I knew that we were going to come down to refill this. And as you can see this, look at that. This gap right here has gotten filled right down there. And now we're making a move to the upside. Of course, when that Fed member speaks, it will either rip us up and then bring us right back down again. I'm just trying to wait for the perfect spot to go ahead and re-enter again my trade. And we'll go through this. We'll be on here for a while together, all of us, to see exactly levels and where we at. I mean, right now we're in the SPY, what I call it the supply zone, where we could fill up all the way up to the 445 level, and eventually we could either break that resistance and keep moving up, or we could come down. Now, I do think that I want to get a good price, because I do think that we will break that with the CPI data tomorrow release. I just know that the CPI is going to come back not worse than before, because it peaked back in June, according to their data. We know the truth is not really that, but their data is different. So we're respecting this channel right there. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that this continuously respected. And throughout the day, I'm gonna, like, you know, pick my spots to get right back in and enjoy from the profits that I made on the position in the earlier in the morning. Before I carry on, let's see. REM 2-3 weeks ago, I mentioned GDC. Can you help review this, please, AB? You got this, REM. We'll look at it right after Caravana and AMC. Okay, just stay tuned with this, brother. I got you. I got you. Let's see. So let me show you guys where we at with AMC. At AMC, we're at 435, almost 436. Okay. Cool thing about the setup is, if I bring back this moving averages, we are already above our 50-day moving average, which is a 420, and this is important now. And this is on a monthly time frame, which is a more bullish frame. As you can see, if you guys remember my previous lives before, look at this. We had one extreme bullish setup right here back in June 14th, and of course, some news I remember came out that brought this back down to here. And I'm seeing right now, I'm tracking their their institution positions. I'm tracking their movement on the options chain to see, obviously, since yesterday they were specifically containing us by putting so many options, millions and millions of dollars in premium for far deep in the money puts, to basically keep us clamped down. And as you can see today, right now, there is not really a whole lot that is being, I've seen the options chain and I'm tracking it. There isn't much that are coming. It's beginning to heat up right now. There was just one around 1041 that went in, but again, not crazy premiums like yesterday, like $2 million for this, $2 million for that. Let me show you guys right here that since we're above already our 50-day moving average, which is at 430 right now, our next level is 448. This is so crazy that today our high was at 440. We were stopped at 440, and it's amazing that if we, I solely believe that if we do cross the 448 and continuously hold that in that area above 448, if we look here on and this is on a longer time frame, looking on the shorter time frame, it shows that we already 426 have already crossed, but you know, it's not a clean cross until you completely build support underneath that, or right above that 200-day moving average, to basically show us that we are changing the trend to the upside. And now I'm waiting for 448. God knows why 440 we were capped at. It's so crazy how that operated as resistance. And now we're making a push again. Again, we're literally about 13 cents away from meeting that same position again and see if we could break it. That's why I said, is this it? Is there something going on? Are we going to meet that 448 level and break through it with ease and hold for support? And then we could see continuation in the next day or so. Maybe there might be some news coming out in the after hours or throughout the day, perhaps. But if we meet that and fall right back down, just like what happened here back in July 3rd, as you can see, we met this, like we met the 200-day moving average and then bounced right back down off of it. So it was a failed attempt. Clearly, you can see here, we did this back in June 14, 13, as I showed you, but we didn't cleanly break through it. We barely peaked. We weren't able to build support underneath it, and therefore the bears were able to push us back down, or the shorts in this sense were able to push us right back down, and now we're underneath, like the 200-day moving average, which obviously continuously indicates the bear market or the downtrend of the price movement. The crazy part is we break this, officially we would have golden cross, and obviously we got to confirm it. We need some confirmation. So I'm assuming based on what happens here, maybe we'll get some major, I like to say this, boom boom candles, and be somewhere in this area where we could break into the 465s, and perhaps try to test $5, which is totally possible. It's not something that's out of the question at all for us. I just had a notification. What is that? What, something went through or something for me? No, it didn't go through. Yeah, still, I got some limit orders and I'm waiting on them to go through. So yeah, as you can see, we're pushing through. So far, the volume is actually not bad compared to the past, like few weeks, a month or so. I mean, it's not even 11 yet, and we're about 7. Yesterday, we had a volume of around 11, 12 million throughout the whole day. So there's something brewing, some news or something is about to come out. And I want us to be on the forefront of this. And I want to see that not only the news can tell me what I need, but I want the analytics, I want the numbers, I want the data to also confirm what it is. As a trader, I can't help it. And I can't stress more enough to any of you how you could properly utilize the data and / technicals to your advantage. Anybody who says technicals don't work or the charting doesn't work is flat out just speaking on something they don't understand or know fully. Of course, there are some bad actors out there that just ruin what charting is and technicals are completely for people, because they're also the same people that would have like 3,000 indicators on their chart. And obviously they're confused. They don't know what they're showing, but in the same time, they're just trying to sound genius or smart in front of everybody else. And they don't even understand, but that by making it look complicated, they might appeal to the sophisticated type. But really, there is a lot, and simplicity is the best form too. But most of it is all through the price action. And again, data does not lie, people. Like, again, look at this right here. Another example. I give you guys always examples. We had this price right here that dropped, and you see this gap right here. Look at it. What do I always tell you guys about gaps? It has to be filled. Look at that. This happened back in June 22nd, and it took until June 30th, so almost a week later, to July 3rd, almost like about 10 days later, we filled that gap up. And now we're going to see, are we going to gap up to the upside? Hopefully in healthy price movement, no gaps in between, so we don't have to come back and fill them. Or are we going to continue to consolidate here? It's hard for me to see that being the case now that we are in this range right here. It's important to see. I drew this line about a month ago for you guys, if you guys remember, and I was like, I want us to be above this 431 level because it keeps us in that zone at any given time to shoot right up and break that cycle, that bear cycle, and be in the bullish cycle and perhaps start the golden cross era and MOS. As simple as that. I know sometimes it could sound like it could be a lot harder than what it is, but it really isn't. Um, let's see. Where am I at with the SPY? Sorry, I got to keep looking at the SPY because, again, I'm trying to enter again, back in there again. And as I was going live, I missed this opportunity right here. I had an enter order, but it was literally $2 less than what this the low right there on the day so far. But still got ample amount of opportunities. I think this Fed member that's going to speak in a bit, in about 7 minutes, I think that person is going to help tank the market and put some fear in it. And then down there, I'll be able to gobble up what I need to gobble. However, we need to respect these support lines, and we can't just break completely underneath them. We have to, in order for me to see that, hey, we're not breaking back down to the downside. It has to be more of a trend to the upside, of course. And right here, I'm talking about weekly. I'm not talking about until the end of the year or whatnot. I'm talking about like on the weekly range. Remember, I day trade a lot. So let's look at Caravana. Before I look at Caravana, I'm going to look at some comments and just see what's up with people real quick. See if there's more things that I need to address. And then I got one more with that GDC, I believe. Let's see. Where's Caravana? I know I have it on my watch list right there. But before I look at this, let me go ahead and get that. All right. David Stevens, good morning. Good morning, my friend. Darren Bogan, good morning, my friend, as well. Look, the whole family is in here. I love it. Origin Stories, good morning as well to you, sir. You the man? Well, you are the man. What's shaking, my friend? And Cincy is same old, same old. Same. They have a saying here that says same shit, different day. Casey Hogg, what's up? What's up, my friend? AG, did you teach yourself TA? I did teach myself TA, but to only a certain extent. I had to view, read a lot of books. I had to go ahead, and this was like over so many different years. I had to take tips from people who actually do trading. Believe it or not, I'm in a way very weird, very different about my approach to things. So like when I needed to know information, I just didn't trust any source. What I would do is I first get a read on the individual that I'm trying to learn something from, or I'm trying to get something from. For perhaps when I wanted to learn some things about how to figure out where to get in and where to get out, I actually went ahead and asked there's this small hedge fund people in Cincinnati here, and it was these two guys. They were young, and they were like doing their thing, and like, you know, they were rocking it, living that life. They're taking care of about $120 million in assets, which is not huge for a hedge fund, but again, for their size, for young guys, it's amazing, right? And one of the guys, I knew that based on basically reading them off, and it was in a Barnes and Noble in a Newport, which that same day the Bengals players at the time they had what's his name? It was like the beginning of the Andy Dalton era. They had him, and he's a huge religious guy, so he had Bible studies in Barnes and Noble with a few other players in one section, and here I am, you know, looking at the Ohio River from the view of Barnes and Nobles, and I'm like drinking my coffee in the morning, and I'm reading things, and I'm just, you know, soaking in God's amazing nature and the view and all that stuff. Morning early. Also, I had a small restaurant in that Newport on the Levee area, so it was just two birds, one rock. And then I see these two guys, and you know, they come in, they get their Starbucks, of course, coffee, and then they get their, you know, little special donuts and cookies and almond cookie or whatever. And one guy, after I'm easy to strike up a conversation with people. I want to, because I have no ill will, so you could easily see that I'm an unfiltered individual, and I just come as is. I don't have, you're not going to feel some type of energy coming your way when I approach. It's just gonna be me being straightforward. Hey man, what's up? Like I see you guys here all the time and all this stuff. Like, what do you guys do? I'm just wondering. You guys are always, dressed up and you got all this. Oh, we manage this assets and stuff like that. And then that's what one guy said instantly. And it's kind of like it's like he had that insecurity where he needed to put his what he does to earn his stature in your mind. I don't know if that made any sense, but that was the feeling. And the other one was a lot more humble, and he was more like, we're trying to grow this funds, assets, and management, and all this stuff. And I had a good reading on him, and I was like, okay, this is the guy I need to ask these questions to, because he's not gonna pepper and spice whatever question I ask him. So I was like, I can't just ask him right away. So I said, hey, you know what? Just ask him, how do you guys dictate when do you get in and when do you get out? And that's when one guy was like, oh my God, yeah, the trend is your friend. And like, they use phrases that almost everybody else uses, which are not necessarily wrong, but it's not in depth. My question is still, when do I know when do I get in? If you guys remember in some of the lives in the past, I've showed you guys different strategies, seeing like about the RSI. I showed you guys things about the moving averages, like when to see the trend is changing. And that's when personally, I've seen that most people would rather hold on to information that they see are very valuable, and they will give you like small glimpses and send you on your way on a different path that is not necessarily very truthful. They'll give you small things, but they won't give you everything. So yeah, it was a rough patch to get through, but I'm giving you guys a summary of understanding what is the meaning of the trend is your friend. When is the trend in your favor? When would a day trader open up a position to go long? When would they go even like short on the market? And what I mean, like not short, like shorting the way that we all have PTSD about shorting because what's happening with us with AMC. But what I mean, like day traders, they will open long and throughout the intraday on a position. And as soon as some of them even trade with AI software, where they just go like, okay, now the AI is giving them a signal short here. And it gives them a signal like 2 minutes later, oh, close that position and buy long here. And they keep going like that until the end of the day, they see what they have harvested and they collect their profits, or maybe perhaps their losses. Mexican boss Bigum said he called the court and they said the settlement was approved. Oh, well, okay, that beats me, my friend. Last time I remember, the judge said no one is allowed to call. I remember hearing that part. So if he did, and he's got like this special connection or whatever, that might raise up another question for me. Like how does something illegal become legal for a certain individual only? Of course, given that that's correct, if he wasn't bullshitting or whatnot. I don't know the guy, so I don't know what to take serious of him or whatnot. And believe me, I've barely watched probably like 10-15 minutes, and it's not out of spite for the man. I barely have enough time, and I already have whatever time I have is to support the people that I do know, people that actually do support me in return, and I have to show them love. Thank you, Casey Hogg. Hopefully that gave you the answer, I guess, to the question, AG. It's feeling better. Captain No Likey, morning, my friend. Buckeye Ace, there we go. Buckeye Nation. Even though I am a Crimson Tide, I'm a letdown to the state of Ohio. Mrs. Chase, good morning to you, my friend. Nice to have you in here. Let's see, who's that? Is this the real Mike? Marine Mike and Markets. Is that Mike? Is this a new name? Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the fact and the good gesture and the sentiment, my friend. I appreciate it. But yeah, Alice, exactly. Court can't give out that information. If they did, then they did, of course, break their own ruling. The judge said no one is allowed to call, and ask for whatever because it's just not going to work. 801 Ape Nation 513 in the building. Just kidding. So it is the real Marine. All right, bipolar. Well, Mike, I said this before in a previous life. I don't think you were around or even saw it, but I'm wishing you the best and fullest of recoveries. I've seen the gruesome pictures, my friend, and hopefully you're going to be good, real time and very soon. And I know you can't keep a good Marine down for long, so that seems to be the case that's going to apply with you as well. Enjoy the show along. There's going to be a lot of things that we're going to look at today, Mike. Hanzo, what's up, my friend? Heart's right back at you. He just backtracked his statement. Oh, okay, well, again, like I said, I don't know the guy, so that speaks a lot, I guess. If you don't say something that you mean, I don't know how I can take you serious personally. AG Biggums was probably smoking pot. The Yishin AMC, nothing confirmed before 450 and 5 and 625. See, Yishin 450 great because 448 to be exact is where the 200-day moving average on a longer period time frame, on the monthly time frame, and breaking that is not it, but breaking that is the first step in the right direction. As you said right there, that's more like it. Once we get confirmation around the $5 range, at that point, that's when it will be wise to start slowly. This is a day trader's mindset right here. To start slowly going in, so that by 625, then that's definitely confirmed, and then that 448 level will become support that we can count on, and that's when you pile in, and that's how you can beat the entire market into a play early on before it takes off. You don't want to jump in and chase it when it's like 200-300% up. It could still very well go up 1,000%, but that's a very low chance. Normally, like, the odds of that happening is like 1 in 100 or 1 in 50. And what is going to be like, you're constantly going to be on edge, hoping that the price doesn't fall below where you got in at. And of course, you could even solve that with seeing support and resistance levels and gaps and so forth and all that. And we'll get through many things. New tweet saying not approved. I mean, of course. Okay, so like, people are looking at the fact that the price is up today. So therefore, they're like, hey, it's not approved. And it could very well be, but we're still not out of the woodworks. Like, 433 is not the crazy deal. But once I see us break that 448 level, and then at that point, do we break and somehow we get some major freaking bullish action, move on up, and obviously hold the upper fours into the end of the today at least, then I would expect that there might be some news coming out in the aftermarket, and then that's when we would probably see the overall crazy move to the upside. Let's see. The SPY filled that up. It's important. It filled that gap. Now we have to fill really this gap at 443 and 13 cents. Let me, sorry, family, 1 second. Pablo could trust me, I didn't forget. I'm going to look at Caravana, and I'm going to look at GDC as well. I promise. I just need to see when this gap fills and what happens exactly after. This is where we got to move in. This channel right there is what I've drew for on a longer period time frame for us to break. All right. And technicals are high. It looks like the SPY might be right through here, right until this Fed member finishes speaking. Looks like he's bringing it down a little bit now. Okay, let's go back to Caravana real quick. All right. So Caravana is coming right back down from the high, which is cool. It looks like the RSI is cooled down completely. It looks like it's getting ready. It respected this low right there. It looks like it's primed to still move on up. Let me look, and that's just on a daily time frame so far. Um, See, look at this. Back in May 9th, this is when this move happened when we had a golden cross with Caravana and around May 9th, May 11th, and it was around $12. At that point right there, 12.55, uh, here's where the crazy part is. At that point, when it started coming right back down to around 10.78, I know a lot of people would have been like, oh, I chased this, but really, the choppiness right there, as long as it didn't cross back down below the 200-day moving average, the play was on. And look at this. This is a play that took 2 months to take up to where it's at now, about the 37. So if this person went long, whoever, anybody, any of you guys went long on Caravana when it's around that $12 range, not at $6, because here's the thing. A lot of people try to play the bottom game, and they could be successful in many ranges, but for me, I'm a conservative trader, day trader. I don't go for something that I could be stuck in for a long time, except if it was AMC or GME. But in any other day trade, I make sure that I don't get into something that could form lower lows than this. So like it could have been lower than this 670 right there. And it could have went back down to about like $5 or $4. Remember, the 52-week low was 355, so it could have continued to consolidate and go down. Look, before this previous rip where it had back in February, since February all the way till May, so it took about 3 months for this action to do what it's got to do. Which brings up a very good point. Now that we're seeing that, excuse me. So Pabloco, I would watch out for the 39 level, which is right there, 39.37. From the looks of it right now, it looks like you're clear for takeoff with Caravana. The RSI is cooled off right now. It looks like anytime soon you would be seeing green action, which you can see right there. It looks like it made its low on 34.86. You're going to start seeing this RSI heat up again, and eventually, not necessarily just today, this is what you will be looking at by week's end. I would say, since Caravana has been moving like this, maybe the CPI reporting data would be bullish and very volatile and might reach this and break right back down or reach anywhere in these 38, upper 38 level. Remember, this range right here is dangerous. It's extremely dangerous personally for me. A lot of traders might be like, you know what, I can get into some call options and ride it out to right here, just play one strike price above and get out before it hits 39, the $39 range, and collect my profits, and I'm good at that point. Well, that's a good theory. No one can argue that that's not. It's, of course, it comes with a certain level of risk. However, and you have every right to, because as you can see here, you're continuing to make higher highs, you're continuing to make higher lows, you're not breaking this level down here, and I need to be able to see this from this angle. So as you can see, this is very, very good, and I will be watching for that 32.89, 32.89 level to see that it doesn't break past this. That personally, my humble opinion, will act as your last level of support. There's many different ways to also see these, probably even a little more. People would like to look at this, and this is where you see the Fibonacci retracement levels. Hold on. Perfect. And this right there, my friend, will show me what I am, like basically what I need to see, and what do I need to know throughout, at least on a larger time frame. And that was on the 30-minute charting or time frame, which shows me exactly perfectly right here how the 200-day moving average is around 34.66 for now, 34.57. And if it breaks right underneath it, but that's on the daily, I wouldn't be too worried. That's just one signal. The 32.32, as I just said a little bit ago, 32.82. This one is 32.32 here. So I was a little bit more to the upside, a little more conservative than the Fibonacci retracement. That's literally where I would watch for that level. Breaking underneath that would signal to me that, hey, it's the end of the bull run and it's time to go right back down. And I would probably open up, put positions at that moment. Let's see. Belligerent, belligerent ideas. 2 days in a row. Yes, that seems to be the case. Good morning, my friend. Casey got good advice from Mike. Alice, thank you. Yes, it was a very good movie, and I did have a great time with Mike yesterday. I always have a great time with Mike. He's an amazing individual. Um, we were just shooting this, shooting the shit and talking about things that are pretty relevant in our everyday life, and it's important to you know to bring self-awareness, because it's like, especially with that matter, it's much bigger than anything out there. I mean, again, the odds are extremely stacked against those kids. They got nobody but us to take care of, so we can't be the ones that are robbing them of their innocence. And yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed that stream. Pablocos, no worries. It had a rip this morning, and I think it can go again. Yeah, possibly. If it goes through the way that I explained to you, then you got all the angles now set up. So basically, whether to the upside or to the downside. Um, ENVX has been good. I'll look at that. Rivian has been very crazy throughout yesterday. Um, Specifically throughout actually the past 2 weeks. But it's still going to be important to see what happens on their earnings. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happened. Like, I'm seeing crazy bullish options chain action on Rivian, and more bullish than bearish for sure. However, this point for me personally, it's already have taken off. I'm not going to go in and just try to collect a little bit here and a little bit there. I'd rather get in and not chase something at that point, but it could still have a long way to go based on its deliveries. If the deliveries that it's saying that it made check out. Because a lot of times companies will do this. They will say these news, but then when the true numbers come out, it's not really matching. And that's when the big kabooski happens. There is John Goose. What's up, my friend? John Goose is my hero. It's a balancing act. Can't move too much or too little. Still going on with the tips. All right. What was the other one we had to look at? It was GDC, right? Let's see. Sorry. GDC. who was it that put that? I remember. Yeah. Rem. Rem, are you still there, my friend? We will look at GDC for you, my friend. A quick peek at AMC first. And now we go back to GDC. Ouch, this thing has very, very, very small volume. That's why you see sporadic dots all over. Ah. So this thing took a hammering back in May 30th. And it's stacking up. Rim. This thing is stacking up. I'm gonna be looking for 436 as that which is the high today. If you see, this is crazy. This is a crazy this is a crazy one. If you see that 436, 435 level, which was met today, that is exactly where your moving average happens to be, and the divergence into the bull, basically the bull cycle, which is to the upside of the price of movement of the stock. And it met that, and obviously they brought it down. They brought it down harshly, but I would still look for a recontest soon, because this big candle, as you can see, the bulls tried to get that with that little wick. It's of course a huge candle, and then obviously seeing where the wick landed is right at the 436 level, and they did not allow it to break through the 435 and just like continue. But I think it's calming down now. The RSI is hot, so I would look for a little more down movement, just a little bit more. And then I would look for a push to the upside through this. Hopefully it can break that resistance at that 436 level. So continue watching that 436 level and watch if it breaks through it. Again, a successful trader, and again, I'm not a financial advisor, but I just speak on my experiences. A successful trader doesn't emotionally jump in and say, oh, okay, broke that, jump in. You need confirmation that that have become support. So wait for it to break, wait for it to come back down, and then if it breaks right through it, then it's a fake out. I don't want anything to do with it. That's what amateurs would do. Now, successful, or in other words, I don't want to say professional traders, what they would do is they would watch the break, they would wait for it to retrace, and then see what happens. If it bounces right off of it again, that's when, and make a newer high, that's when you would get in, because that confirmed to you, that would confirm to me that this thing is using that 200-day moving average as level of support. Hopefully that gave you guys an insight. Well, of course, courtesy of Rem, sorry, not Dem, Rem. Hopefully that gave you guys some insight on how this would basically work. Hopefully you learned something with that. Let's see. Let's look at Tesla's in an interesting range. Let's look at Rivian, actually, speaking of that monster. So Rivian is literally just breaking out since June 30th, and when it was around 1682. That's what probably I would have gotten in. However, right now, oh wow, it's okay, that's high. Yeah, it could really go either way. It has room to continue running, but the problem is I see many gaps in between that it would have to fill. It could probably do it whenever this bull cycle is over with. But again, for me, it has taken far out of my range to get in, unless I'm playing like a daily, like a weekly options chain, but I'm not gonna buy no stock at, you know, $25 a share and basically get in with 5, 6 thousand or 10,000 bucks just so that I could go ahead and perhaps make what, 700, 800 bucks, and risk losing a few other $1,000 in the process of doing so and become a bag holder on it until it goes back up again and become a long-term holder. Rivian, aka AMC number 2. No, so I would rather watch this one on the sidelines. There's hundreds and thousands of other stocks that I would go through. Again, the SPY is being relentless here. Look at that. It is holding these levels, and it's continuously still making higher highs. Come on, break down. For once, I wanted to break down, actually. I wish I was able to get right back in here and I wasn't like preparing for the live. Right down here at that low today, around 439.44, 439.55. But that doesn't mean anything. Like this could, as you can see here, we made a lower low on this higher high. Now our lower high, which means this should, arguably, this particular candle right here should close somewhere down here around 440 and 440.40 or 440.37. Not particularly just that one, but in the next maybe 1 or 2 candles. But I just see that going down, and that would right there confirm to me that the price is moving right back down in the right cycle. Because seeing this right here, maybe the bulls were not able to break that 441 level, which is the high of the day. And now we need to see if it forms a double or a triple top. And of course, that means this down movement. And I'm going to see where to get in. As you can see right here, see that one candle. Now it's the second one. Maybe on this one or maybe on the next one, we would see a more down movement. I'm personally excited for that. I want that to be the case because I want to jump right back in before, you know, CPI tomorrow. I want to just secure some positions, and I'm going to, of course, leverage my position in either direction so that I would be safe depending on what happens. Even though to the most of my ability, I know that there's a lot of fear and people are afraid, oh, they're going to come out. Yeah, there's no doubt that the feds could come out and say, yeah, we're hiking 25 basis points. But whether they do or whether they don't, later on in July 28th, this data will speak for that. I don't want to be basically remembering that June of last year was when inflation, according to their data, peaked. And I don't want to be on the wrong end of that, thinking that it's constantly going to, oh, it's going down, it's going down. That's what everybody wants it. But in reality, that might not end up being the case. AMC at 436, come on. Come on. 12 more cents to go for now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let's see if we got to look at anything else. If there's any questions. Let me look at this position. Also took a position in PayPal that I'm currently, honestly, not too happy for, because it's not the way that I want it to be. It is not the way I want it. Like, it's barely lagging, moving little by little. Freaking annoying. Next week, I made the case for you guys. If you haven't checked out the VIX, and you're looking for things around, just look. Again, I'm not telling people to go jump into something, but the VIX options chain is off the chain for next week because it's OPEX week. That is, you know, if all the options are expiring next week, the monthly. So therefore, it's going to be a lot of volatility, or anticipating a lot of volatility. And I personally am rolling with some plays on that. Look at this. Look at where we at. You see that? 440, and it was just like around 448. This candle right here, I need it to turn red to confirm that we are moving downwards. Otherwise, it will lag right there. I don't like that. That means it could finalize there, and then it could start gapping right back up again. I tell you who's really happy. These people, the Mara and the Riot, those two stocks, these are the people that are really happy. Those people got in, like, they had their confirmation back in June 16th. I would say around the like $8, the $9, $9.50 range of the trend break, and getting in right there, right now. All these people, I mean, today topped at 1737, with some option plays on this play like that, and basically less than a month. That's some serious amount of money with just a small amount of investment too. It's not that much. You probably wondering, like, what is AB? Like, he's talking about options. AB is a hardcore options trader, but because I know how it works. However, I know that so little can make so much, even though that the risk is so much higher than the stocks. But I want to encourage people to actually learn it and then dabble with it and do it properly. It's a way to actually leverage your portfolio. It's not a way to lose money. It's a way to lose money if you're out there gun-ho trying to use it like a freaking gambling machine or like a casino. But if you use it properly and you allocate a certain percentage, a very low percentage of your portfolio into options, and that work, and when you go, for example, when you open up position, okay, and this is really interesting. So let's say I like a company called NIO, and that's a electric car company, EV company, okay? In order for me to wither being long on that company, so when I buy the shares, I also go in when I open up my position, I get some calls and I get some puts on this thing. And what happens is I'm leveraging my position that way. Sometimes there's ways to also go ahead and sell covered calls and sell covered puts. Either one has a different advantage to it, and it's great. Like, each one works with a different advantage. But the good thing about doing that is that in the meantime, if the price swings in some direction, you're still long on the stock because you really believe in the company, you believe in the stock. That's the most important part. The most important part of investing. Unless you're day trading a stock, if you're going long somewhere, you got to make sure that you like that stock, like AMC. And so perhaps I'm using the example here with NIO because it's one of my other favorite stocks that I like to go long on. And then in the same time, when I initiate that position, I'm always leveraged on it. So when it does encounter some sort of crazy earnings, crazy news, no one is envious to all that. No one is perfect and all that. No, the best trader in the world, even Pelosi, with all the greatness that she possesses, she still has a couple of wrong trades here and there. So the way that you can balance that out to the best of your ability to constantly make sure that your wins are higher than your losses is by always leveraging and your positions and constantly leveraging yourself, making sure that you're always going to be on the right end of whatever happens. If the trend goes down, you believe in the stock. Most importantly, that's step one. You 100% believe in the stock. You believe in the fundamentals of the company. You know what is going to be moving down, whether 4, 5, 6 years. And again, fundamentals of the company as a long position, and not a MOAS position. Two different things. I know all you fundamentalists out there are now going to be like, look, AB said it. He believes in fundamentals, but he doesn't want to apply it to AMC. Two different things, my friend. Denied. AB knows what AMC is, and I never got into this play for fundamentals of the play, because rather or quite the contrary, every company that is shorted for a reason. It's not just shorted because of its name. It's shorted for a reason. So therefore, I never got into this for that. The problem is with the corruption of the stock. No one is arguing that more money means better standings, but there's the big but. Corruption on the stock and not letting the stock buy orders and sell orders to properly operate the way that they should affects the market cap of the stock, which eventually brings down the price of the stock, which eventually puts a lot of money in shorts pockets. It's a big advantage. It's more cheating than, it's kind of like going into a fight with someone and then they literally tie up both of your legs and both of your arms behind your back. You're set for a loss in that fight. You're going to lose that fight unless you can fight good with your mouth. And I don't want to make that fight, honestly. That's not my way of going about things. And that's the terrible part about it. So it was never about technically the fundamentals. If they allow the magic of the market, of our buying, our holding to actually process and work the way that it's supposed to, AMC wouldn't be in the position that it is in today. The price of the stock wouldn't be where it is today. And that's what fundamentalists fail to understand, or at least get on the same page along with AB as far as that. So my purpose is, yes, more money for AMC, better. More money for my company, amazing. We all want that. But the company can never be free if it's imprisoned in this vicious cycle of whatever I'm buying, whatever you're buying as a trader or an investor, any of you guys out there, whatever is happening is not counting against the market cap of the stock. It's not. If they say that we're holding 90% of the stock and we're holding the float, and forget the reports that the stock has been sold many times over. Let's just say that 90% of the stock is held. That's enough right there to have the stock, like the demand on the stock on a daily base. And I understand institutes move the price of stocks like swings, but holding majority of the float of a company would easily make it a very volatile stock every single freaking day. Because if 90% is locked up, that means there's only 10% out there in freaking existence that whoever wants to get into AMC can work with. Only that 10%. All it takes is a few orders, and next thing you know, okay, too much demand on the stock, price goes up, affects the market cap goes up, stock price goes up. What does that mean? Bad news for shorts. Shorts start getting burned, perhaps get margined out of their positions. They don't want that. And that's where my issue is. That's why they rigged the market. And that's where the problem is. So when people are thinking about fundamentals, they think about the short theses. I was one of the first people to come out there and tell people that short thesis is a stupid myth. It's a gimmick to what people think that, okay, you can fix these fundamentals. They have no option now. They've been robbing every single one of us for years in broad daylight. You think they're going to come to the realization that, look, they pay down their debt, or a quarter of their debt, or half of their debt. Now we're obligated to pay to close our shorts. Now we're obligated. You think they're going to be like that? They've been robbing us in broad daylight every day for years. What makes any of you out there think that by having this 1, 2, 3, that equates to them having or forced to close their short positions? What pushes them? And you know what's the crazy thing is, each single one of those people that pushes that agenda is the first person to negate their own agenda and say, there is of course no guarantee that that would happen, but you're pushing for something so viciously, like, yeah, you can guarantee it. While if you know that it's a bad, I'll give you another example. If it's a bad idea to fight with a lion in a cage, right? for a human. It's a bad idea. You could be that one that could defeat a lion. Hey, who knows? But 99.9% of the world will lose that freaking fight. So if you know what lions do, and you know like how their nature is as a predator, as an animal, why put yourself in that position? You don't have to defeat the lion. You don't gotta go and fight the lion. Just be outside of it. For us, we've been fighting these people. Not that they are the lions, of course, but that's the example here, is that their viciousness is not going to change. Just because you paid down some of your debt and you diluted the shit out of your stock, and you gave them the ample ammunition so they could close whatever shorts they need to, so they could get out on their own terms. What are you fighting for after that then? What? The fundamental rise of AMC so it could go to what? 60, 50, 40 after a massive reverse split, and then you now need the break-even price is going to be for many people like in the hundreds to get out even. So what, AMC to go up to 90 or 80, and then at that point they could say they could come out and say, look, we made a new all-time high. Look at that. How amazing is that? If that's what you were into this play, then I'm more than excited and happy to tell each single one of you out there that what you were in for completely is different than what I was in for. Sad part for me here in this whole thing, and it's totally fine, but the sad part about it is that for 2+ years, you're pushing a different agenda. We were all on the same agenda. It took you about 2.5 years to truly come out and push the other narrative that you're with. That's basically it. I have no ill will against anybody. At the end of the day, I'm taking care of mine. As you can see, I do my thing. I trade every day. There is thousands of percents worth of trades on a daily basis. You could get in this freaking SPY, and this happened plenty of times on my personal watch, where I would get in on a daily trade and make 2,000% on the SPY or even more. The way that it would move, CPI days, all that, volatility, VIX, SQQ, whatever, many stocks, you can razzle and dazzle. Look at that, 437 on the AMC. Look, bunch of buying action here, but we are, it still can, consolidate right here in this range. But we need that 448 level to be broken. Our volume is around almost 10 million soon, 9.66, which is really good in my opinion. I think that soon we might have some major something shake out or come out. Sorry that I went on a little rant, my family. I just had to get it out there, and tell people exactly where we at or where AV stands with that. Let's see. The Great Stunner No Sound. Yeah, take the mute off on your YouTube. Smith, sounds good on my end. Yeah, there we go. Where's the best place to learn, AB? Alice, everywhere. Everywhere is the best place to learn. Of course, get the reading on the individuals that you're going to learn from if it's going to be through visualization. Some people learn better with reading. Some people learn better through seeing and visualizing. I'm one of the visualizing and reading. Like I could see it with both, but I need both. It's weird. I need a little bit of the reading on it, and then I need to be able to visualize it so that I can finally feel like I understood it. The most important part becomes the source of the individual or the people. Like I can trust the book, but then you got to see the author of that book, who wrote it, what kind of individual are they. You can trust books a lot more than individuals, because people if I get a good reading on you and a feeling that your energy is weird and shaky and whatnot, and you might have some weird stuff in the back, like if I go with my gut feeling. I just was like, you know what? No, this is not the right place to learn from, because this person is not 100% or 1,000% in my book. I don't feel right. So therefore I just move on and I try to learn it somewhere else. First, make a list of the questions that you have an issue with. Like, what is it? Because there's not going to be, you don't want to ever go to a place that tells you, guess what? Come join us. We're going to make money. We're going to make so much money and we're going to do this. let's do this. We're gonna make so much money. I'm gonna put so much money in your portfolio. Blah blah blah. Hook up here and pay monthly for this and all that stuff. Which again, I don't have a problem with anybody who do that, but you're going in at that point to start at their level, which there's a big gap of understanding that, like, from here to right down here, that you have to understand. Otherwise, you're just going to be in follow mode and you're not going to basically get what you're doing or what you're getting yourself into. That could open up the doors for a big disaster. So I would say, write a list of the questions that you need to understand yourself. Like, where should I get in? When should I get out? How to, like, should I trade with my mind? Don't ever let your emotions take over. That's rule number one. Like today, I could have easily just stayed in my SPY contracts and held them, rolled them all the way until I have until Friday. But instead, when I saw that profit position, I saw that gap that gapped up early when it first opened. I was like, okay, this is going to consolidate throughout the day. I can sell now at a high price. When the price come down, I'll buy again and hold through it. But now I'm going to buy back with the profits I made, which means no matter what happens from now until Friday, when I get right back into the SPY, hoping that I get back into the SPY, that you know, CPI tomorrow would be great. And I could also hold until the CPI tomorrow is released and enjoy the volatility and go along with it. Bro Gabe, what's up, brother? Nice to see you here. Casey Hogg displays about fixing the broken system that steal from the people. We are vigilantes in a sense. Yes, exactly, Casey Hogg. That's what exactly it is. And yeah, they label us as vigilantes and all this stuff, but we're fixing what should have never been wrong. We're fixing what should have never, ever needed to be fixed. You see what I'm saying, guys? And it took them on January of 2021 to actually make this new system that they put us in this vicious cycle since then of just trapping us in some, what people say, the matrix. You know, that's what basically what they've been doing, and we should never ever have been. Or we should have never had to. We would never have to be in that. Logically, we should have never been in that. But unfortunately, when you got lobbyists, people who pay people off, who basically will put them on their behalf, and then you got people in higher law positions, lawmakers that make things happen for these criminals. Hey, we are, as I've said before, we are all on our own in this fight. And they're going to try to manipulate us out of our positions. And they tried so many times. They were not successful. And the final, what I feel like the final plot that they tried was creating this preferred share situation. I think that back in 2021, in January, they're like, okay, we can pump all these stocks. And here's where the Ponzi scheme started. We can pump majority of the market. 2021 was a pumping market. And then as soon as that ends, and they know the times and the dates, we can all start shorting at the top while everybody's in, whether it's in the meme mania or throughout the market sector, anywhere else. Everything like witnessed a drawdown in the market. In 2022 was all the way until October, end of 2022 was mainly a bear market. Everything seen a 52-week low. Some witnessed all-time lows. And at that point, it became, many people were leveraged. Many people were margined. Many people couldn't hang around. Many people couldn't last. And eventually, that's when now we're in these days where the market is rebounding. Pay attention to this. The rest of the market has been rebounding, but the meme stocks have been slowly, either one day would have a little rip and not. They're waiting for the right moment to get this thing to move. They can't hold this down. They can't continue to hold them down. The entire market have moved up. For God's sake, look at Caravana. All you fundamentalists out there who talk about fundamentals and all this stuff, look at Caravana's balance sheets. Look at how basically they're screwed up as far as their quarterly earnings and their debt to assets and all that kind of stuff. And they're not even the apex in their in their industry, in their movement. So like, but guess what? It's moving. It went and made an all-time low. It almost went through bankruptcy proceedings, which still could possibly be the case somewhere down the line. And then now it's doing its thing like the rest of the market. We're the only stocks that are lagging behind, which when the market starts doing the opposite and it starts moving down, when this bull cycle ends on the stock, which it will really terribly, because the entire market is overly inflated and the correction is due, and it's just a matter of time. I broke in the past lives how and what arguably and around what time these things could happen, or you could expect these things to happen. But that's when I anticipate that our stocks will do the opposite, kind of like a seesaw effect, and go up to the upside. Let's see. Only thing guaranteed in this play is that it took apes to fight the powers that be, and I'm down proud of the fact. Total the line, folks. Yeah, I mean, that's one badge of honor we all have in common, and we all share. Of course, it's very amazing. You know, at the end of the day, it's not a badge of honor unless it has the ending that the honorable ending that it deserves, in my humble opinion. And we'll see what will happen as we're going through with this. Again, protect yourself, have your plans ready for whatever you got to do, and live by those decisions you're going to make. Don't come back and say, I got this, or whatever. You know, at the end of the day, you're the one who has to press these buttons. You're the one who has to make these decisions. Make the decision that makes best sense for your family. Do not screw over your family and yourself. And I know I'm adding a little more pressure to you, but you got to remember that it's not only one alley or one path to freedom or to success in life. That's you just got to keep that in the back of your head. Let's see. What do we have here? Come on. Okay, PayPal. And PayPal is annoying. Look at that. The SPY is making a move back again to the upside. It ended the down cycle. Russian. Welcome to the family. Uh-oh. Escalating problems with the war. We are literally like in freaking World War III or territory. I think we've been in it. It's just now time to see who aligns with who. We just today seen Turkey approve Sweden's involvement in the NATO. So yeah, may God bless and hold all of us down and support us, honestly, through all these crises. It's just always man against man crime. GME want to rip faces, bro? Of course. Look at this. Listen, I broke this down in a previous live for all of you guys, and I want to show you again, okay? Look at this. We are literally at that range of breaking out of that cycle of on a monthly time frame, out of you know, the bear cycle where we've been just on the downside, selling and a sell-off kind of with the stock and on GME, for example. And by the way, this is close to AMC, and you'll see now AMC has a little more bullish setup, in my opinion, at least on the technical analysis, and I'll show you guys again. I've showed you this before, but as you can see here, there's a lot of divergences, and it's very choppy with GME because, again, there's not enough volume, so there's constantly crossovers between the 50-day and the 200-day moving averages, and it's not enough to confirm one particular one over the other. So what is my other way of actually going through it is looking through this. Back in October 7th of 2022, that's when we experienced a death cross. That's what I call a death cross. And we went down, and of course, yeah, we did go down. And right now, as you can see, look at this. This is interesting. And this is like on a yearly, like on a daily time frame, which is long, which is if this level is respected, we stay above this 22.47, which is, we're literally $2 clear of that. If we continue to hold above that and we don't drop right down, as you can see right here, we made a double bottom back in March of 2023. This is why the longer time frames are amazing. There's no such thing as looking at one time frame, like at the 1 minute or the 2 minute, and just make a trade, enter a trade because of that solely. You don't, it doesn't show you everything. This right here literally is more amazing than anything. Look at this. Bottom in January, it goes up, bottoms again in March, 2 months later, then it goes up right there, and it makes a higher high and a higher high right here. GME, with without a single doubt in my body right now, this is one of the most bullish indicators right here. This W right here, this double, aka double bottom, on a longer time frame, and then now we got the moving averages also crossing. Holy boy, look out, and let this stream be a reminder, to a timestamp to when it does happen within this next month or two. I think I'm not going to do any date calling, but this is where it's basically heading. And I think that soon, if we were to be somewhere around the $26, $27 range, I think I want us to clear that $27.72. At that point is going to be very, very freaking exotic for GME. So look out. And we'll look at now AMC too. I'll show you guys some AMC, but let me look at some of the comments, see what's being said here. Oh, wow, look at that. Casey Hogg. I can't believe I just seen that. The Gog and Magog war potentially. Whoa. How do you, Casey, may I know what is, are you a religious individual? For those of you in here, if you don't know what Gog and Magog are, it's a pretty interesting YouTube video to search and look. You'll be surprised with what you hear. Of course, it's going to sound like some big time stories and blah, blah, blah and all that. Oh, Mr. McCohen, how are you, sir? How are you? Say hi, everybody, to Mr. McCohen. You know, like, so like Gog and Magog is a pretty interesting story, and it's in more than one religious book. And when I say people of the book, I mean the three religions, as in like it's in those books, like they all make references to them. As far as I know in Islam it's being talked about, in Christianity and in Judaism. So that's what I refer to when I say people of the book. Those are the three religions backed by books, like either the Quran, the Bible, and then the Torah for the Judaism. Hell yeah, Casey. Hell yeah, bro. Well, it's so odd that it say hell yeah. 2023, man. Have colluded us. Mr. Number One Son, how are you, sir? I'm very happy. Let's take a shot at hopefully making this name without butchering it. Although I do believe if you're gonna buy calls and puts, I would suggest you buy puts on me pronouncing the name correctly. Okay, so put your orders in before the market maker makes his position. All right, people. Fartaculacticus. I think everybody broke even on that. That was close enough. I did barely scratched it, but I think I think it was close enough. Now, sorry, bulls and bears, calls and puts got butchered with this market maker. Nobody made money on that one. It wasn't a clear scratch. Did it drop? I didn't screw it up completely, and it wasn't a clear success. So calls didn't even make money on that one too. Hopefully you're having a great time at work, sir. Mr. Number One Son is an amazing, again, Aristotle of the movement. I think that he, honestly, I wish he would have been even around even earlier, from the Gen 1 of the YouTubers, the dons of YouTube in the beginning, because I think that he speaks with, well, one, he's got a resounding voice, and he's got a voice of logic. Yes, a lot of, we're all not going to agree with each other in this world at all times. And some people feel some type of way about some people, but I feel like if we all were to put all our expectations aside from anything and not have any expectations of each other, but listen solely to what the individual is saying or preaching, or what their intent is, you can see and read right through all the other necessary stuff. A lot of people just have expectations, and that's the honor, like, no, not you honor me and I read that. That's the sad truth, is that people have these expectations up on people, and they want them to be what they want them to be, not truly who they are, and therefore you take the magic out of what each individual bring to this world or to display. At the end of the day, I don't want people to tell me what I want to hear. I want people to tell me the truth. So I'd rather for you to make me cry and tell me the truth than for you to make me laugh and tell me the false statements and basically make it worse for me down the line, because I will grow up on that, And I really, truly, truly, truly think that Number One Son has a lot to give to this community, and not just this community, but the world in general. Has a lot to learn from a person who has not only just experience, but he's got an extremely humorous side to him that I think will bring a lot of positivity and an ray of light in such a dim and dark times in this world that we live in these days. So, I latch on to these rays of light to make sure that my life, even though what's happening around us in the world, you got wars here, you got wars there, you got hunger here, you got death there, you got sickness over here, you got craziness over there, trafficking of children over there, all that. We live amongst a crazy world. However, you still can find some beauty in this world if you choose to find it or look for it or be around it or be attracted to it. And that's the only thing that that I try to do, because at the end of the day, what other alternative do you have? What do we have? Do we just become negative? Do we just tend to turn into what this world wants us to be? F no. You will never have me the way that you want. I will always have it my way. I will always do it my way. And then, just like Frank Sinatra said in one of my favorite songs, like, I did it my way, but just don't let me sing. Hell yeah, Leah, we are a family. You honor me. I am not that good, but trying. Oh no, you're much better, brother. You are much better. Only if you know. Here we go. Pump up the jams. Pump it up. It's time to pump it up. Okay, looking at AMC. Future Well, nice to see you again, brother. Where have you been? And this is why I said AMC is a little bit crazy, or even a little more bullish. It's because we might not have the, of course, the double bottom or the W in it, but what we do have is a never-ending bear cycle ever since January 1st of 2022, for a year and a half. That's when we made, if you guys, some of you people who've been in this channel for a long time, or at least for a couple of months, you've seen some of the lives that I've done in the past that I showed to you in technicals, showing you what a death cross is and showing you what a golden cross is. And we had a death cross back in January 5th of 2022. And yes, death cross is just as it sounds, means lower price action. And yes, we did, in fact, since then drop, and we've never ever since then been able to break right through. And that's when last time we came so close. Look at this. This is why I say the data does not lie. Events and news lies. People lie, but data doesn't. Numbers don't. Back in August and September of 2022, you see here that we had a push, and the moving averages almost actually crossed. Look at this. Look at how close they are. We could have had a golden cross right there. Unfortunately, if you go back in time and see what happened in August of 2022 / September of 2022, specifically in the September timeframe. When you go back and think about it, oh shit, that's when we issued preferred stocks. That's when the dividend / split / whatever you want to refer to it as occurred. And that prevented, believe it or not, that golden cross opportunity in that move. And you can see that I'm not bringing this news up. I don't create the charts. The charts move not to my liking. It moves on its own, and I react to the charts. So it's the other way around. So we almost had a golden cross and a change of trend. And I dare any technical analysis or trader out there to come and freaking tell me else or something else or any of that and back it up, because I will. No, I don't like to give threats. So I just dare anybody to come and tell me otherwise. But as you can see here, you can track back and see like the golden cross could have literally happened. We could have changed the trend into becoming in a bull cycle / if we broke over the 200-day moving average, we would have been already confirming to a new trend instead of a bear cycles all the way since back here, since January of 2022, right there, right over here, literally about 7-8 months later, we could have, look at that, look at this. The red line is the 50-day moving average, and the gold line is the 200-day moving average. And if we broke above that, that indicates for every trader out there, go ask every trader, don't just ask AB. At the end of the day, I broke this to you. No one else have. And maybe somebody else out there that I don't know of did. I want to make sure that I don't just say, oh, AB, blah, 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 blah. Further, that's much further than from the truth. That's not what I'm aiming for. However, when you see here what happened, just go back in time. What happened in the August / September timeframe? Why did we not break? We had the movement. Why did we, and the volume, why did we not break? Why didn't we change the trends from a downtrend to an uptrend cycle? And when you go back in time and look at the events that happened then, I didn't create a split. I didn't create a dividend. I didn't create APE, but that's what happened. When APE happened, that brought the price of AMC down, which is on a technical analysis, shows you how we couldn't cross to the upside, and that was enough to bring the price down and continue the bear trend that we were in. How, now let's bring up this conspiracy theorist. Like, look at the Johnny on the spot. Who decided that out of nowhere? Remember when people were saying, why all of a sudden APE? Yeah, the company needs money and it has no money and it needs a financial position, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? Why out of nowhere? Well, if you look back in time now, this explains, to me, the data explains. I don't need to hear what Johnny Bravo said or what he or she have said. This explains to me why out of nowhere they needed to bring this preferred APE unit split, because it was a very crucial point of that was going to interact. If this crossed, it's not just about this crossing like the line. This indicates to millions and millions of other traders out there who are on the sideline that this stock is in an uptrend. It's changing its downtrend. And now you got to worry about millions and millions of others jumping in adding more to the volume, and they do not want institutes and big people to jump into this, because again, they just want it to be me and you against them. They're happy with who they're hurting, but they don't want to deal with the rest of the world as well in this. As you can see, ever since then, obviously, we had a failed attempt. APE was issued, so we were brought back down. Ever since September, August of 2022, all the way until now, we're in this range, in this area now, and we need to break the 448 at least for beginning to like as a big beginning step, and then eventually we need to break 554 to be exact, to show me that guess what, I think the train that like the break is very clean, is sustainable, and at that point I would expect that AMC would go to the upside. Now the crazy part is I don't anticipate when that happens that it will be just a small run or whatever, like changing the trend like other stocks, technical stocks. No, because of how much this thing has been shorted and how this thing has been brought down, when this thing springs and changes directions and goes up into the uptrend movement, now you're going to have shorts covering. You're going to have outside traders jumping in. You're going to have volume coming from all over the place. It's going to be a massive, massive, massive movement. And as I've said before, if you look at all of this, this is a massive long-term a wedge to break out of, or in other words, a bull flag to break out of. This whole taking us back to June of 2021. Breaking out of this would catapult us to new all-time highs. However, I just hope that it doesn't happen due to a corporate action like a reverse split that will take shares away from people, because in the MOAS, or in the event of a short squeeze, your best friend is the amount of shares that you have. It's not just having the shares. So again, that's where people would differentiate on views. I'm not gonna sit here and say no and yes, I'm fight with people. That's just my 2 piece on it. Oh, look at that. The SPY have ripped up. Rippy, rippy. A second. PayPal is lagging as always. I don't know why I got into this position. It was so freaking annoying. uh, that was a massive rip for the SPY. KYP, what's up, my friend? Nice to see you again. Yaka, Mr. The one and only Frida. David Stevens, how are you? How is it going, my friend? Moment, people. I gotta make sure that I'm H2O'd. Not official sponsor of the channel. Ooh, that feels good. I avoid the crazies. Aaliyah, you need a bigger water bottle. This is how you force yourself to drink. I'm supposed to be drinking 2 of these a day, but so far I've gotten 1 down. I was able to do 2 of these before the knee injury that I had. Now that it's all the knee injury is healed up, now I'm getting back to this slowly and slowly, and then as soon as I get right back into certain shape that I want to be in, then I will be able to hit back the weights and get back to training and all that stuff, and probably drinking 2 of these a day. Let's see. All in AMC. What's up, brother? Hell yeah. But yeah, those are interesting times that we're in right now. Honestly, very, very interesting times. And I can't wait to, to like bask in the rewards of the hard labor that we have done throughout these past years. I just can't wait. Let's see. What do we have here? I just bought me some more GME right now. Let's buy some more AMC too. Help out the day. Help out the algorithms. AMC is at 438. We're still battling. We gotta get that extra 10 cents. Who's got 10 cents to lend to AMC right now? Wish it's that easy, right? Oh man. This is crazy. This thing is gonna end literally like looking at the SPY movement like this. It's completely oversold so far. I'm looking for a downtrend on this thing to come. I don't know, maybe it's gonna be before close or whatever, but it's unsustainable unless it's propped up for CPI to crash back down. So it's interesting to always be like this. I still anticipate that this would, come down into the 440s or under. But I like as a point of getting in, I need it to be like now that it's confirming like this. I need to make sure that we do not drop below this, which is like we can't drop below the 440.29 at least for now, and the first level of support will act as, let me see, still right around it, is 439.67. That's an important level. Or 39.67. Looking at the options chain right now, there's definitely going to be a lot of interest in burning all these call options that are due for today, not for this week, for the market maker, and I anticipate that he will definitely do that. He never fails in doing so, unfortunately. And that's the case. Um, let's see. This is an interesting setup. It's so interesting to the point where this thing could actually shoot up out of nowhere. But the technicals are all hot, like it's way overbought right now. I need it to cool off for just a little bit, and before I can have any confirmation or to get right back in, probably in the 440s somewhere. I just needed that confirmation that it is moving in that direction, and then CPI I think is going to be good tomorrow for us. So then I will react upon that. AMC is still the same. Yeah, yes, AB, interesting times indeed. If someone told me 4 years ago I would be invested in stocks and be in a squeeze play where I chilled with strangers more than my fam, I think they're nuts. True that. That's actually true. Oh man. MCK33N. How are you, my friend? Welcome to the channel. What is um, what is my prediction for this week? As far as for what? Which stock? I don't normally like. It's not the wisest thing to make predictions. I just look at the data and see what the best case scenario. However, I don't have a problem with making them. It's not financial advice. And at the same time, I don't make my moves based on my predictions. Um, I go with the technical analysis, but depending on which stock. If it's for as far as AMC or GME, I just broke a case. If you go rewind a little bit, I just made a case for a few things to show the trends and where we at and what needs to be done so that first, before I can make my move, or before I can call it like, okay, we're in those times, people. Yes, thank you, Aaliyah. Everyone hit that like button. Bring the rest of the family in here. Mikey J, the GOAT. Look, the GOAT is in the house. It's hard to explain to in-person family that I have developed close relationships and friendships with people I met from the internet. Well, yeah, everybody always has the worst case scenario in the back of their head about the internet, rightfully so. But obviously, when you've been consistently meeting people for a few years, you would easily be able to, like, I feel like people by now should at least know what AB is about. You don't need to know exactly what I do from day to day with my life. No one does. Again, I think that should be a private thing, what you do with your daily life. Um, but what you should like, what the parents, the person or the character is about. I think after a few years, you should by now know what kind of person is AB at least. If you know, good. If you're new, I understand, but you will definitely, hopefully, you could stick with us with the family and figure out who AB is and what AB is about, mainly. And I think the family will understand, Mikey, when you tell them like, "Hey, I've been, speaking to this person for a few years," and when you say that and like you've been talking to them for a few years, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, so you know this person? Like, where did you guys meet in school or something?" Like, no, just on the internet. Man, Novavax has been crazy, and that was from yesterday, and continuing on for today. And of course, the news is saying that it's all because of like they had this like 300 extra million that they received from Canada because they had Canada has to, like, ordered like an extra amount of shots, COVID shots, that they still did not, like, they ordered but they didn't need them anymore, so they still have to pay for them. So based on that news, the stock has been ripping. Wow. Right. I also have, and this is a funny one, like probably I don't think I've shared with so many people about this, but except a few times before. But I have some positions in SPCE too, Virgin, aka Virgin Galactic. Um, Actually, let's look at SPCE and see what it's doing. Wow, look at this. Had this golden cross right here back in June 13th when it was around 429. And guess what? After that confirmation, when it redropped, retraced, and respected the 200-day moving average, look at that. Literally, from June 13, a week later, it was at 617. That's monstrous. And I know you're saying in your back of your head, like, oh, $2. In the options world, $2, depending on how many options you have on the line, that reels in a fortune, a good fortune, depending on how much you put in. But yeah, right now it's not looking at its best or its finest. It definitely did go through a death cross experience, but it's not enough time for this. So maybe we can look at a larger time frame. Yeah, this gives a little clearer image right here. It's interesting to see if we break above 450 again. An SPCE, it will be a trigger. XPIV and NEO are doing great. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention to you guys. I had to bring this up, and I was like, "What the hell?" I have an order, but I don't think it filled. I don't think it filled. It didn't. It's with BBIG, guys. Shoot. Man. Um, so as you can see, guys, here, of course, there's no confirmation yet, but we did break above the 200-day moving average and we were brought down, but now we're dancing around the 200 and seeing if we're going to break right back underneath it. For me, that's going to be crucial. Like if we were to continue to bounce up above that, this indicates to me that BBIG is officially breaking out. Look at this. Look at this. It's the cleanest break, too. Ever since going back to February 2nd of this year, we had and this is when we were like 16, 17 bucks. Hold on, that wasn't even in 2023. I think that wasn't even in 2022. Okay, it was actually, yes. So ever since February of 2023, look at that. February 15th. We had that death cross experience, and obviously, ever since then, we've been dropping until we made that low around $1.12. And of course, we know BBIG did some reverses and all that kind of BS. But right now, we made this bullish. It looks like some shorts covered in this range, and today it's moving another 11%. Yesterday was down 8%, but this initial move right there, the day before yesterday, or on last Friday, actually indicates all the story that you need to see. Right now, the shorts are perhaps the other shorts are trying to make sure that they cancel this trend and bring us underneath that movement. So I will need to see some more data, with some more time to see if we break right underneath the 200-day moving average again. Or if we hold it. If we hold where we at and continue to move up, perhaps breaking the 250, 240, $250 range, to me at that point, it will be an interesting point for people to think about maybe perhaps going long and a different change of trend. I had a huge position in BBIG before. I unwinded most of it, and right before that, obviously that split. But mostly it was the options that I had in BBIG that I had to unwind because you do not, I don't want to hold any options throughout a reverse split. Today is also Amazon Prime Day, which is very fitting into why it's up. If you knew that, you would have definitely gotten in yesterday or the day before, and you would have made you some little bit amount of money, depending on how you choose to tackle that burger. AMC is making a move to the upside. Look at that. We're up from 438 to 439, and based on that, we're down another half penny. We're moving up. I like it. I like it. The volume is at around 11.5 mil. It's only 1230. I think that we can surpass the daily moving average. I think this is what we had yesterday for the whole day. So I'm not tripping. I like it. Bring it. Okay, look at that. The SPY is falling back down, as I said to you guys a little bit in the 440s. Look at that. And again, it wasn't sustainable. Remember what I told you? Now, I need to see what is happening here. Oh. Wow. Huge sell-off. Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I capture some of this. Okay. Still too much in the premium range. Not enticing for me yet. I need to be much lower. Sorry, guys. I'll look at the comments in just one moment. Let me just go ahead and, try to get my attendees over here on this. If it is, but I need to. Oh, I just heard some sort of major option movement on AMC. Let's see if it's a major put. Okay. I don't know what the hell, like, I thought I had an order and somehow it looks like they canceled it. I had a buy limit. Okay. Cool beans. Let's look at what we have here. All right. I have a double life. My real life friends, fam. I have no clue about my Moaz life. The Batman story, huh? They'll never get it, so no point in telling. Yeah, no one is going to understand us. Like, I think we all have that in common, by the way, Leah. All our families will not understand because they're not in this daily struggle or this day-to-day everything. So it's interesting. It's interesting what we have to go basically through because they're not going to understand it. Excuse, sorry, I'm gonna have to fix the camera. So putting a little more for my French press. I'm drinking everything: coffee, water, making sure that the H2O is balanced out. Oh my god. I like that, Mikey J. Burn big banks. BBB. Hell yeah. Let's see. Pablo, I ain't ever putting $1 back in BBIG. I don't blame you. BBIG burnt so many people, me included. But that doesn't mean, well, at least I think, in my humble opinion, it doesn't mean that it's like that forever. Um, so I see a, like whenever it does, I mean, eventually what goes up must come down and what goes down must go up. But that's just the world or the way of the market. It just depends on when does that happen. And I always keep close tabs and eyes on everything to make sure that I'm nothing passes me an opportunity. Actually, yeah, like I said earlier, I heard and move into AMC's options. All right, not that big, small. Some major corporation threw 30K on AMC puts worth of premium. But then somebody else, not a corporation, threw in 30K as well on calls. So, by the way, that's how they're shorting us these days. When they don't want to go, like yesterday, how did they keep us in the range that we were in? They went and threw an insane amount of premiums in the millions. Like one order by itself was $2 million in premium, just to bring us down from to keep us within that range and held, and that way they don't have to go and borrow shares. They could do it like by getting far so deep in the money. So like what they did is that they went, paid $2 million. I'm gonna give you guys exactly what they did. Went and paid $2 million to buy so many puts at the $17 strike price. Now when I say puts, as in the price should be going down, but they bought the $17 strike price for July 21st, which is basically next week. And if you look at that options chain, $17 is the furthest you could go. And that's the furthest you could go as far as deep in the money. It's not a call. It's not out of the money, 17, because the price is right now in the $4 range. No, they bought the $17 puts. So it's so deep in the money. Each option what costed them, the premium on it was over $1,200-$1,300 in premium. That's the extent that they're going to make sure they keep this price down, I guess, until the corporate action comes out. That's how much they are on the edge, believe it or not. Which I'm so delighted to see. Like again, people could say narratives, people could say things and hypothesize on things. But data does not lie. When I seen that yesterday, I was like, wow, this thing could break up, and they don't want to go and borrow because maybe the cost to borrow is so high right now. They can't borrow these shares. They're gonna pay more. So why not put that same premium on these puts? And in the same time, it's a double benefit for them. If the price was to go up, they could say goodbye to that premium and just exercise those $17 puts, and they will be buying AMC at $17. Imagine they could turn around and become from shorts to bulls at that point. It's extremely bullish. I like it. I love it. But the main intent that they were doing yesterday is to keep us in that range, and those far deep in the money puts were operating as shorts, without having to go add more to the short interest and borrow shares from an entity, especially in this time, because let's face it, no one is lending right now. because everybody wants to hold on to their shares in case to see what happens with this judge case. So they're going about getting or shorting or keeping the price down by buying far in the money puts right now. And I saw that data yesterday. It's not so much of today, so that's why that explains why we're able to at least breathe to the upside. Let's look. What do we have here? You guys want some music in the background? Last time I tried to do that, I was like, what? How do I do this? How do we do this? One second. Okay, you guys tell me, what do you like? Blues? You guys want something to chill on? You guys want some blues in the background? You guys want some jazz? Some lo-fi music? Well, that means the world to me, Alice. Thank you. That brings tears to the heart. Mr. McCohen, don't worry. Once a cool uncle, always the cool uncle. You'll see. The world might label you differently. However, once things actually pan out the way that you are, you're saying these things and they're labeling you as conspiracy. But when those things pan out, you're once again are not going to be just the cool uncle. You're going to be the go-to uncle in the family. Okay. Let's put maybe we can add this. Tell me when it's too loud, people, please, family. Exactly, Leah. We're all wearing the tinfoil hats. Tell me, guys, if it's too loud or if it's too low or if it's perfect. I know it's going to be different kind of votes, but the favorites or the majority will win. This is a true democracy here in this channel. Come on, get these fingers ready. Come on, use them up. Let me know. Is this too loud? Oh, Leah, how are you, Miss Leah? Nice to see you in here, my friend. How are you doing? Keep up the great work ethic, Mrs. Leah. Thank you, Bob Loco. Let's look at our SPY here, what's happening, and then also looking at our AMC, still in that same range. Guys, there might be something announced later on tonight. Looks like SPY is ready for another monster move to the upside. Consolidating right now, so it's interesting to see. It could go either way. It's more leaning toward to the upside, but it's still, again, it could go either way. Let's see where it does. My guess on it, or bet on it, is to the upside. Tesla is in an interesting range right here. Very, very interesting. It just made a day low, like about 12 minutes ago, the low on the day. We need to see if the trend changes before opening up any positions if you're interested in opening something into Tesla. As you can see, it dances like on high ranges. Like Tesla and Nvidia are amazing. There was just literally just now, there is an institute, it doesn't say which institute, of course, that just launched a put position on AMC at the 3.5 strike price when it was exactly at 434. They do not want us to break 448, people. Now, it's not the most massive position, but again, 30,000 worth of premium is worth 30,000 worth of premium. Still consolidating. Soon you're going to have a change of trend and you'll see that. Is it going to be the bulls being exhausted and the market maker burning them down to screw all these call options, at least for the day, on the daily? That would be an interesting scenario, because that would be very, very, very good for me, at least. So I don't wish harm on anyone, but at least for traders who are waiting. Okay, let's see what happened with my buying order. Who has any questions or some stock they want us to look at? While I'm over here looking at these orders. XOM, hell yeah, we'll look at that. If you're hearing like a sudden like sound in the background, like a notification, like ding, that's basically me updating my orders or an order going through, or you know, a sell order or stuff like that. So sorry for that. David Stevens, what will be your cue to buy? I'm sorry, David, but queue to buy what? Or what is the queue here? Sorry, maybe I'm just a little bit behind. XOM, let's look at XOM. Oh, more AMC. Oh, that for me, that's a no-brainer, David Stevens. Not to like overlook the question. Of course, it's a very good question. For me, it's because one, I so hardly believe in the stock. Of course, I have some mixed feelings about what they're doing, what they have done, especially this past August when they issued this preferred. Now, I don't know if I trust the big board and the CEO, honestly, the way that I love the company. So now I have to leverage myself or what's to come. So I did definitely make my plans for both scenarios, if it goes through or it doesn't. However, I find that jumping over to buy Ape is not as... I'm a very conservative individual with my trading. Jumping around, yes, it looks very too good to be true for me, honestly. I have the apes still that were issued to me. But I did not pile up more on it because at the end of the day, the play has always been AMC, in my humble opinion. And I think that there is a level, for me, I think that there is a level that, there's a theory in my head, and it could be wrong and it could be correct, but you gotta account for it. And what that theory is that they know that they couldn't get people to sell AMC. The only way they were able to successfully have at least a certain percentage of the community to sell finally their AMC is by giving them the illusion or the aura of preferred units. And this is AMC, don't worry, this is not different than AMC, this is AMC. But when you buy this, it will convert back into this. And this could possibly be where they want more people to be off the wagon so that when they jump there, they're trapped there and they can't get back into AMC, or they would feel like they could have bought more AMC to support their thing. So for me, this is where I would answer that question you asked. It's always been just loading up on AMC. Ape, conversion, reverse split, no problem. Hey, I don't need to go and buy 10 apes and in order for it to equal 1 AMC. As you saw, the first settlement, they said that every 7.5 for common shares, you get a share. So that math could actually work out in a way if this decision comes back, and let's say hypothetically the reverse split is to go through, but on different terms. Let's say they downgrade that and make that split a different amount on common shares. Then it could balance out, even becoming more profitable if you've been piling up on AMC. So we don't know what's going to happen, but for me, it's always been piling up more and more AMC. So every time I trade, every week, there is a time where I would add more to my AMC position in different increments, of course, and GME and my other positions like SPCE and some other long positions like Neo, and I have a bunch of other positions in my portfolio. And I will add more to them through my day trading throughout the week. Whatever profits I make, I take a certain percentage and I throw it and kind of sprinkle it over the rest of my other positions. It doesn't matter at that point what the price is for me. Right now, I feel like all those stocks, like whether GME, SPCE, AMC, all of them are primed for a massive upside move, primed for squeeze potential like no other, and to follow along with the rest of the market. So I can't wait to see to see that happen. I'm not gonna sit there and like try to time the bottom and all that stuff. It's pointless. In an event of a squeeze, it's ultimately how many shares do you have, and you don't want to miss out on a squeeze trying to wait for timing the bottom on a stock. I've showed in some cases and throughout this stream and other streams, I've showed how you can see when the trend is changing, and that's more conservative on when you go long to have to at least save yourself a lot of time. So for example, I'll give you an example, guys. If I have let's say $2,000 and I want to go in and I want to start making money out of that $2,000, I don't want to go in and like on a stock that I think this is the bottom and it turns out not to be the bottom, and end up sticking with that $2,000 now like a bag holder on that play for so many months until I can get my money back or go back up. That $2,000 is not becoming something more fast enough for me. So I need returns. It's an investment for me and I need returns. I guess you got to be a hustler on with the mindset. So I'm very conservative. I don't want to be stuck and waste time. Time is of the essence. I don't want to put my 2,000 into something that I would have to wait 6, 8, 9 months before, of course, aside from AMC and GME, because the way I look at them is more of a massive financial freedom move. I use them. I'm more sure of those plays for me personally than I am sure into Tesla or any of that. I know a lot of people are like, what, Tesla? You're comparing GME and AMC to Tesla? Not fundamentally, but figuratively, I am, yes, indeed, piling up on these plays more than Tesla because my reward potential is so much higher than being in Tesla. Tesla, if I was in it back in 2015 and 14, then we can speak about that potential to the upside, but I'm not. We're in 2023 now. So therefore, yes, if you have millions, you might want to consider putting them in a place or in stocks that are going to be less volatile to basically maintain your wealth at that point. But if you're trying to make money, you got to look at different avenues in this case. This is just my style of going about it. So that 2,000, I would look at a stock that is in the midst of changing its trend of the downtrend to the uptrend. And that's when I take a position so that all it might take from me is like a week or 2 weeks at the most, if I'm buying stock, not options, to go ahead and get out of that position again. So I've been in that position in 2 weeks max, maybe a month max. I would come out maybe with 20, 30% profits on that position. And now that 2,000 is actually working for me. But again, it's all about the time. I don't want to be timing the bottom. Next thing you know, I get into something there. Next thing you know, it's not really the bottom. It continues to consolidate and go down. And all that time it's doing that before it changes its trend. I'm wasting. My money is not being capitalized upon. Hopefully that answers the question, David. Carrie Bing, OPTT. Oh, I remember this one. Can you check it out? For sure. Anytime, David. Much love, brother. Corbin Payne, what's up, brother? What's up, Corbin? You tell me what to do. Well, let's go check OPTT. Look at that. SPY again. It ended up that that consolidation range and it moved up right here. But guess what? It failed to break this high right here. Is that a signal for a bear trend? Let's draw something to keep. We need this action to go up here. If it doesn't, that signals lower lows into the end of the day. Perhaps that's a very good thing, because that might give AB an opportunity to buy at a lower price, because buying up here, the premiums on options will be very high, and every penny matters in the option game. It's not like the stock game. So extremely conservative. Okay, OPTT, sorry. Ocean Power Tech. Let's see, hold on, let me see who asked this again. Carrie Bing, how are you, my friend? By the way, shout out to the family. I love all of you. Hopefully the feeling is mutual. Oh. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. So the area to get into this, the area that was available to get into this carry was actually on May 24th time frame, when it was around 50 cents. So obviously that's not much difference from now, but it is when it's a penny stock. When it went up to 67 cents. Right now, this is what you need to worry about. If this thing is going to continue to squeeze, here's what you need to watch for, Gary. I got you. This line will highlight, as you can see here, today the high was 66.99, 66 cents and 99.99 cents. And it operates as your resistance. That's when the last time back in June 13th, literally about a month ago, that's when you hit that resistance. So at 0.67 cents, that's exactly today. You tried to go above that and break it, and look at this. See this right here, this action? This shows me right there that the buyers were trying to bring it up and break that resistance line, the blue line I just drew for you. However, the selling was a lot more vicious, and they kept you under. You're still not in a bear trend. It's important though to make sure, like if I'm getting into a play like this, and again, this is not financial advice, but hold on, let me put the music down a little bit. It was like in my ear, like bursting. So yes, I would first, as a trader, I would watch to see that we break through that 67 cent level, you know, which is operating as resistance right now. Once I break above that, I need to see it meet that 67 cent level again. Come back to retest and see if it breaks right back down. So if it does do something like this, like once it goes up to the 67 cents and break above this blue line, I need to see it hit somewhere here. Right here. Like I need to see it above 67, like around 68 cents or whatever. And then I want to see it come back to meet 67 cents. And it's important for me at that point. This is my style of trading. It's important for me to see it bounce off of that blue line again, just to confirm that we are staying above. And now we turn that resistance into support. that's a very bullish indication in my book. And that's when I will take a position once I see that we bounced off of this after retesting it again, bouncing off right here above again. This area right there around the 69, maybe 70 cent range or above that is all safe zone for AB to get in. But I have to see this confirmation first, break the resistance, come back, retest it, and then go and break above it the previous candle that where we basically broke the resistance, so we can make sure that this resistance have become support, which acts as continuation on the upside move. If none of this happens, let's do this. If none of that happens, as far as like the retest, breaking the resistance and all that kind of good stuff, then what you would expect is this to be a failed attempt and perhaps breaking back down. And if the 50-day intercepts and crosses back down to the over the 200-day moving average, then I will be anticipating more down action and consolidation until the next pump, which could be a month, 2 months, who knows, 3 months from now again. It looks very primed, but it's again, it's kind of like a day-to-day call right now. It's all about what happens. Do you break that resistance? This is the third time that you're meeting this. Literally, this is the third time. The first time was in June 7th. Second time was in June 13th, a week later. And this is the third time that you're actually going to it. Actually, the fourth that you're gonna meet this. Is it gonna be the one time where you do break it? Well, that's to remain to be seen. Stay up to it. If you are into it, I would say look at those things that I just mentioned, and perhaps, hopefully, may the Lord bless you through that throughout that trade, and hopefully that gave you an insight on what you were asking. Oh, look at that. It's going to retest 441.40 now. It's crucial that it breaks that to confirm that it's going to continue to go up for the day. Let's look back at AMC real quick. AMC at 435. It's getting there. I hope that we, on the daily, we don't cross back down. Let's see, who do we have here? All right, Gary Bain, you got it? David, didn't realize you had SPCE, started buying it in October 2021 at $20.61. Ooh, hopefully it comes back. Well, one thing about SPCE is, okay, so it's in a realm or in a space or in a business that's very, very, it's not like, it's very questionable, because the question about SPCE, like the biggest elephant in the room, is, are humans ready for space travel yet? Like on a commercial level, like similar to just going booking a flight to Florida, you know, or travel. It seems very futuristic, right? But are we there yet? That's the thing. I think that's going to be the breaking point. Now, in the meantime, it is heavily shorted. It is the stock that we know if it rips faces off. And for me, I'm not long on SPCE in the sense of whether we do go to, you know, commercial travel and all that stuff. I'm mainly in it for that short potential. And I know that it might take you know, 3-4 more years before we could get to that point where we are actually comfortable. Because again, you got Blue Origins, you got what do you call them? Freaking Elon Musk's what do you call it? SpaceX. All these people are not just going to leave that potential wide open. They're a little more far advanced in that space, and I think that Elon doesn't miss it. If it's going to be making him billions of dollars, he would get into that world too. Isn't it kind of weird that freaking like Webull, for example, has been having a lot of difficulties today, like putting that one of their providers is not working perfectly, and that's why some orders can't go through. Okay. Got me some more GME. Yes. Okay. With AMC, we are buying the ask. I am not buying the bid or waiting on an order to be filled. Let's see. Look at that. Look at that candle. Look at this freaking candle right here. This is beautiful. Close that wick. And that's beautiful. I love it. That candle alone, believe it or not, guys, moved this up 2.5 cents, which is pretty huge compared to our, you know, like the price action that we move in. Look at that. This is the second one. See, there was one right here. This is the second one right here. I like this. I like this. Come on, give me some bull action. There we go. 438. AMC. AMC. Oh, yeah. See right there. We were supposed to. You remember what I was just talking to you guys about? When I told you right here that let's see if we break this blue line right there to the upside in order for me to confirm that it goes up. Look, it didn't. What did I tell you? See how it's breaking down now? That shows. Oh my God. Just go back in the video and watch what as AB was just saying. I'm just cheesy right now. You just love when you see confirmation. I'm telling you guys, the data, if you do understand what you are doing with it, it does work. Price action reading is a must. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, go down, baby. Get AB in at a lower price while everybody was buying at high prices. The one thing I would quote Warren Buffett for, because I don't like these people. But one thing I'll quote here about him is that the market is basically all about the patient taking money from the impatient. That's basically all about it. And that quote couldn't be further away from the truth. I like this music. Mm, mm, mm. Let's go. Show AB the love. Tell me that you're having a good time with AB. I'm certainly having a good time with you guys. Show me that we should be doing this on a daily basis. Look at that. AB sounds like that female you go out and you meet on that date, first date. I'm in love. Much love to all the beautiful women out there. Casey is saying, well, thank you, Alice. That the BRIC currency will start in August. Yeah, could, would, should, maybe. Oh, thank you again, Alice. You're bringing tears to the heart right now. I can't let you see them coming down my eyes, people, so I'll let them go down inside my heart, okay? Jeffrey, what's good? How are you, brother? How's your day? How's the family? How's everything? Look at Pop Loco. You're in the goat. Could be the cat to start dollar destruction, hyperinflation. Okay, that's a pretty interesting thing, Casey. Here's the thing, and this is where I probably will differentiate from a lot of people. I don't think dollar destruction will happen anytime soon. In fact, I think that even if it does, it's been data-wise, it's been weakening, like, you know, year over year, but I think we're at least 3-4 years away from that reality. So yes, the world is becoming more independent slowly with modernization. Here's one thing you got to remember. I have never ever met, take this statement for what it's worth, I have never ever met a what's the best way to put this? I've never met a ground bully leave their status of being the playground's bully status until somebody comes and takes it away from them. So, what do I mean by that? Or doing it willingly. Not that we are the bully, but we are kind of the bully into the world. We want to do what we want to do all over the place, how we want to do it, and we want to have a control over everything. And obviously you got the other nations out there, specifically China, saying, hey, we don't want you guys to be all over us in our business. And in fact, we want to reach for that top position. It's just the way of life. It's always been like that. But now let's take it for face value. They're launching their coin. Good for them. What is it going to be backed by? Gold? Okay, no problem. I would like for everybody to understand that the US has the most gold reserve and it's close to, like, no one is like the closest person to it is further than the distance from here to the moon, as far as it comes to that. Those things are just not as advertised. But we have more gold reserve than China and probably Russia combined, probably the whole EU combined. We weren't the bully for no reason. We were collecting ever since World War II ended. We were collecting. Knoxville and many other places are storing so much gold reserves. So if the world way changes back to the gold currency, and I know that many countries are hoarding gold hand over fist right now, but guess what? If that's the standard then, and it's backed by that, who has the most of it? We do. We can change to whatever currency. Forget the dollar. We'll have CBDC. That's this. They're still stable coin, and we'll go through with it. Guess what? We got the most gold. If we back it by it, we will have the strength, and we still will control whatever new standard is going to change to. In fact, we could be the ones that are actually organizing that to make it seem like they're the ones who's doing it, but we're really the ones who are pushing or pulling the strings behind it. If it's about what else, like, you guys know that we have in Alaska and in the US so much oil reserves that we can actually shower Saudi Arabia with. We just don't use most of our oil. You know, we literally are in a way. The US is playing the long position. If there were traders, they just buy low and they just play the long game. They wait for everybody to use, if everybody's digging up their lands and using up their oil and everything, there will come a time where oil will be not as relevant in everywhere. And that's why they switch into the electric vehicles and that way of living. But guess what? Even electric vehicles need oil in a sense of the material that is made out of. We need petroleum to make the electric batteries, to make the equipment, to make these springs and these knots and all that stuff that goes into so many different things. So there's no such thing as going green, fully green, at least yet. And those things that we're not using our own reservoir of these things, when the whole world comes to a realization that they're done with theirs, guess who they're going to turn to? Remember, to control an entity, and this is the evil talk right here is coming out. This is not my agenda, but this is the truth of life. To control an entity, control its necessities. Not the wants, its needs. And when the whole world needs this, and these minerals and these natural resources, and only you have it, or you have the most of it, then that's when your real value shoot up in the sky, because you can control everybody now. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to give you. And we have obviously the most mighty force in the world, so we can protect, not only go and take over somewhere else, we can actually protect our own reserves from anyone. Not that it should get to that, oh, let's fight me and you, but I'm just thinking with logic here. A lot of people, there's a lot of channels and places in this world today that are pushing for that, but I feel like most of them are either Gen Zs or millennials, and nothing against them. I'm a millennial, but they forgot to do their history lesson to see exactly, not saying that that's you, Casey, of course. I'm talking about, you know, the people that are pushing out content. They think that, yes, we are all this and all that. And while that might be the case, we're still in a much more powerful position, actually, than any of these other institutes or countries, because we have the most of whatever it is that you're looking for. Oil, we got that. Why dig our own while we could get it for less from Saudi Arabia? And if Saudi Arabia don't want to play ball and they want to play with China and go with the BRICS and all that stuff, no problem. Guess what? What are you going to get out of China and Russia? The most consumer market is the US. Every country's dream. There can't be China with no US. Just think of it that way. We are every country's dream, or every economy's dream to be in. We are a consumer's market, the number one consumer market. So every company out there, its dream is to get or put a print or put a foot down in the US market. So without us, there's no there. There's no economy. There's no industry. The other ones are constantly like, what is going to get out of Russia and China? So you want to play ball? Play ball. You don't want to play ball? No problem. Your oil is only going to last for so long. And again, the US is playing the long game. Again, that's political talk. I don't want people to think that I have a bias. I just break it down as I see it. And I'm just like, kind of translating the events and giving people a little more perspective onto exact reality, because I could say this, he could say this, she could say this, all that, but it could be all far further from the truth, because there's many things that are just not in the back of the head, that are covered. So whatever the standard is going to be, crypto, what is it going to be backed by? Bitcoin, gold? We got the most of that. It's not going to be secrets. Go look it up, people. You'll see we got the most reserves of freaking gold out there in the world. we will be, and guess what? Who's been hoarding the most amount of Bitcoins? Look at that, MicroStrategies with the US. It's a US company. Look at BlackRock, of how much it has in Bitcoin. We gotta strangle. It might look like we are weak out there in general public, but that's the art of war, right? Is look weak when you're powerful, and look powerful when you are weak. So that's how I feel about that. I am too worried about the dollar. I think it's going to be doing fine, even if it's in a different realm. Oh no, it was not sold in the 70s, my friend. Oh no, our gold is hoarded. We got our gold. Fort Knox is empty. I would be happy if they give me, if they just give me 0.0001% of what they have in there. With that, yes, like as far as the strength and I hate the leaders and all that kind of stuff, okay, that's a different talk. However, it takes us in a different room. Okay, so I don't think that who is portrayed to be the leaders right now are actually the leaders. I think personally, I think that what runs the US is different organizations, higher institutions that are not in the real scenes. But again, that's where the conspiracy talk comes in. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the grit of the situation, do we have enough, unfortunately, weaponizations to take care of us or to impose our will? We do. In fact, we overspend so much money on doing that. And again, that's where my humanitarian side comes in and says, why do we have this? Why do we as humans have to be like this? It's just the way of man. That's what man nature has been. Maybe AI could come in and eventually change all that stuff for us. And unfortunately, our demise. I think we keep the paper dollar. The CBDC is what was used for bank stocks, overseas trade. I just don't want any people controlling of my personal use, etc., like China does, on what can do or purchase. And indeed, do you know, believe it or not, China has a lot of insidious things that are in our everyday life here. Like, for example, Discord. People think that Discord is protected and all this stuff, but in fact, Discord is actually more hackable than even Facebook. Believe it or not encrypted. And on top of that, it's free, but is it really free? Look at the biggest investor in Discord. It's the biggest company in the world that is backed by the CCM, which is the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and they have about 33% invested in Discord. And what happens is that that company in China, I forgot the name of it, hoards data from all the globe, everywhere else, and basically brings it in to China. And versus on the opposite side, of course, the communist regime does not allow for us to send, like, it takes away any company from collecting any data from within. That's why you've seen Trump wanted to take away TikTok, rightfully so. That's why you've seen, like, they want to take away this, because those apps can give intel to what we are. It gives so much intel to the people there, and we know that company is directly operating under the CCP. So knowing that they're paying 33%, and another thing you got to know, that even if you delete things off of your Discord, they will never be deleted. They have a backup server that actually keeps all your anything you have ever sent or did and on Discord. So that's your fun fact of the day, people. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at my order real quick. Okay, cool. No need to stress, except for PayPal's annoying. Ba, 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 ba. In 1970s, we went off gold standard. We did. But AB is correct about our gold supply. Yes. We are a republic, not a democracy. Yes, that is also true. Kids don't learn this. Most college students don't know the capital of USA. We paid $250 for a step ladder in the army. I seen the invoice. This ladder was worth like $50 tops. Oh, for sure. By the way, Casey, and I'm gonna address Alice as well in this talk. But Casey, first of all, that ladder. You know how many people made money? How many oligarchs became billionaires in our world here off of, for example, the Gulf War? And just so for everybody that's in this live, I want everybody to think that we are going fully political politics here and all that stuff. But no, this is an interesting topic. It's good to just, dabble with it a little bit. So there was, when the war on the Gulf happened in the early 2000s, after the whole 9/11 situation against Iraq. Do you know how many people came up, they took contracts from the government and made so much money off of taxpayer dollars that they were awarded all these contracts to do random stuff? Like, for example, there was that case with, I forgot the guy's name, but he became a billionaire. He got the contract to actually feed the entire U.S. Army in Iraq, and that was the contract he won from Congress. And he made hand over fist. He was feeding soldiers like a can of corn that was basically valued at like freaking, we all know how much a can of corn is. What, like $1.99 to $2 tops, depending on where you at, give and take. They were literally feeding soldiers not 5-star meals, but they were charging them 5-star meals, labeling it as like, hey, we're feeding the soldiers top quality food. But it was like freaking refried beans, and they were but it was really like a refried beans that were charged at like $150 per portion for each soldier. It's crazy how that works. But again, that's more of an attack of, in my humble opinion, I think, of the system against its own citizens. And I think that every system, I have to watch exactly what I say here before I get caught, before I get found in a dumpster somewhere. Every system or every regime out there, every country, every government has its ways of oppressing its citizens. So that's maybe our way of doing it, of taking from our citizens. It's not like they're all angels out there. They're doing far worse. Like Alice just mentioned it a little bit ago. You've seen how they're oppressed over there, controlled. They don't have any access to any apps and stuff that are not from within the country. So like if it's an app, an American company app, they don't allow it to be in China. That's it. So that way the other countries or us, we don't get insight on or data collected from the inside of the Chinese government. Exactly. Casey, it also happens to be those projects that are funded. Yes, it happens to be where Congress members are invested in, but the Congress members don't make the investment. See, here's where we might differentiate a little bit. Congress members or Senate members, or whether Republican or Democrat, they're all equal in that regard. They don't invest in something first and then award the contract to someone. It happens in some cases, but the most relevant case is when such and such is awarded something. That's when only the senators or the certain group of Congress members that know about that news, and it's not public yet, then they go and take that news and they apply it and they go trade. And that's basically what insider trading is. And of course, they have no law to break, to break them in or stop them from doing that. But basically, that's how it goes down most of the times, is that they know that such and such is going to get this, and they go right away. They call their friend, or like Pelosi calls her husband, who happens to be a hedge fund manager, and tells him, hey, open up a position in this and this. In a week or so, or in 2 days, we're going to announce this. And they're going to be awarded this contract or something. And next thing you know, guess what? Pelosi had a position in such and such. But you couldn't be further away from the truth. I mean, everything you're saying is correct, by the way. So Alice, here's where it becomes very, very interesting. I agree. We need to start paying the debt. Look at this. If we start paying off our debt $1 per second, it would take us 30 years just to pay off $1 trillion, or somewhere between $1 to $2 trillion. We're in debt of over 30 something trillion dollars. How is that going to be paid? I'll tell you how. Unfortunately, I hope I'm very wrong on this. The only thing that could pay off something like that is the consumption of another entity. Because think of it like this. We got to pay all this debt, and we have so much international debt, mainly to Japan and China. Who's going to force us to pay it? By asking that question, I want you to apply the bully mindset before answering the question. Who's going to force the U.S. to pay its debt? What? A couple of people who jump in, like, oh, China is going to go and take its money back from the U.S. by power? How? So, in other words, look at Iran. We owe Iran money. And if they stopped their nuke program, the deal was that they would get their money back. Since from the 70s, we owe them this money, right? We never paid it back. Who's going to force us to pay it? And that's the ugly truth universally for the world, is that we are the bully. We are that guy. I hate that that's the way that the world operates on a political standpoint, that it has to be in this savage way, but this is the way that the world operates. I didn't design it this way. I didn't make it this way. In fact, quite the contrary. I believe that God is the true savior, and obviously the true owner of all of this. Created all of us. We're the creation, and we're down here trying to play God, and we're trying to play domination, and I dominate you, and I want what you have, and I want to oppress you and be on top of you, and somebody always got to be higher than everyone. So yeah. So it's pretty interesting to see exactly how who's gonna basically force us to pay our debt. So seeing that much amount of debt that we have, I don't see us being able to pay that debt if we choose to start paying that debt, unless we get into a major war similar to World War II, perhaps World War III, and taking so much resources from defeating another entity, God knows who. I don't prey upon fighting or wars, but that's the only way I see that debt could be paid internally, is by consuming another entity, kind of like sacrificing someone else to save your own. Hopefully I made sense with that. Casey, I feel like you don't understand how deep I'm down the rabbit hole. We are pretty much on the same page. You got some catching up to do, if anything. Well, Casey, right now, as deep as I went with what I was talking about, this is like the surface level of how far I could go on live on channels and talk. There's gonna be a lot of I've already crossed the threshold regardless with our conversation. But I'm very open, unfiltered person. I don't have any filters. I don't keep anything. And I'm down for any kind of topic, unless it's a screwed up topic. Casey, we have to go to war. Doesn't have to be shooting China. Shooting China could stop trading with us overnight. America will need to build manufacturing that they ship to China. It will be hard for the US. Okay, good topic. Can they, in fact, you know what? I'll call their bluff on this. Can they stop trading with us? They can't. I dare. In fact, if I was the lead, if I was the president of the United States of America, I would dare any country to stop trading with us, specifically China. Do you like, the crazy part is, do you know how many mouths? China has the most population in the world. You can be making the most money, yet because you have so many mouths to feed, it's not the same stroke. It's not the same stroke. It's not gonna be as concise. They've got so many people that they have to feed, so many people that they have to move with. Their train is not easy to move, similar to like other countries. However, they can't afford. We are their number one customer. If you treat it like a business, there is no way they can upset their number one customer, because where are they going to replace that massive hole, the biggest hole, if they were choosing to do so? We can go to India, for example. India is a producing country and manufacturing country, and is also a good resourcing country, and is trying to win many things off of China, and they're on the rise, but they can't afford. Nobody can afford. It's every nation's dream to land in the United States economy, or to do business in the United States, because we are the number one economy / consumer market in the world. And it's not me being biased to it, it's just what the reality or the numbers are. Exactly. That's, food is definitely holding back. And they don't have, of course, a huge incentive with us as far as for the food. But again, if they're doing manufacturing, they have all these factories. That stuff costs. They can't have these and not be able to sell them anywhere. Okay, let's say they want to do business with Russia. Russia is in a position on its own. It's actually selling its oil to China or India for less, for a little bit less because of the sanctions, so that it can continue its operations and live day to day. You got China now, who, if they were to try to boycott doing business with us, see, we can do sanctions. Sanctions can be put on us. And this is just the truth of the matter. It's not me wanting it to be that way, because we are the number one customer. We're the number one consumer. Where else? Who else is going to buy from China all these things? Who else is going to get things from their factories? These factories cost. They got employees that they got to be paid and all that stuff. If orders are being made, but those orders are not being fulfilled elsewhere, where are they going to go? All right, let's see. It looks like the SPY is holding through over there. AMC is consolidating as well. This is an interesting range. We didn't break underneath the resistance, and we didn't break the support, or sorry, the resistance up here, and we didn't break the support. So we're still in some sort of supply zone overall. I can't wait to see exactly in which direction it breaks up to before I hope it breaks down before the CPI tomorrow. Which I think is gonna pump the markets. Russia-China relationship could be extremely worrisome. Russia has a lot of resources, but no way to get a lot of them due to lack of money or exactly manpower. If China could move into Russia, could solve their overpopulation issues. I mean, yeah, of course, they need to do that in order to at least. You got to remember, the problem is they're not the best of friends, but they have to get along with each other because they're at each other's borders. India doesn't need to agree with China, but it has to be cool with China or political with China, because it's on its borders. Same thing with Russia. So these guys, they all can play the game, but they have to play it in such a political way so that they don't, directly start getting into conflict with each other, because they're right at each other's borders, which is why we are very blessed in a position that we are kind of on both ends. We're, protected by the ocean and the water, unless it's coming from the south. And you see what's up with the south. We have a strong hold on that to make sure that no threat comes from there since the missile crisis back in the Castro days and all that stuff. All right. Still consolidating for the SPY. Come on, choose a direction. Choose a direction, baby. What's up with PayPal here? PayPal is come on. I need it to break down. Sorry, one moment. I just need to average down on it. All right, there we go. That's the move. Breaking under. I enjoy Casey. It's been actually really cool, man. I like the fact that we jumped into this conversation, and obviously without being at political uh, people, like I've seen most people, like they get into these conversations and they get at each other's throats. Everybody got to remember that in here we're all family. So the way I approach it is as I'm coming in with nothing but love. We could have a difference maybe on opinion, and eventually we could reach the same conclusion or a different one, but still be family and be cool. And mainly we're in here for the trading, and we let the politics play itself out, and we'll see what happens with the world. That's for a different thing. But as long as we got the love for each other and we got our each other's best interests, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Basically, for me, that's what it's all about. Okay. Okay, SPY is rebounding. Let's see if that's a fluke. I have to draw another line. Look at that. What, AB, what is it with these lines? It's crucial, my friends. It's crucial. Okay, my order for PayPal went through. Let's see if it crosses this line. That's a big move. What's moving today actually besides these stocks? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look what halted. PRFX. No one mentioned this, family. Oh my god. And the float is only is below 1 million. Wow. What a wowzer. What a missed opportunity. Waiting to see if the SPY actually breaks that trend line. It looks like it's respecting that. Oh. Well, look at it. We're at 14 point almost 3 million moving volume on AMC for the day. And it is 2 o'clock. We have 2 hours. I think we will, within the last hour, I think we will surpass the daily average. GME is at around 2384. This is the boring hours of the market. Okay, let's look at Novavax. Excuse me. Hmm. Okay. So we were a Novavax. This is interesting. See, this is where I start seeing other stocks look for opportunities elsewhere throughout the market. Let's see. Let's look at, hold on, let me see if there's anything right here. PRFX is basically a surgical anesthetic used in surgical closures. Oh, well, thank you, Alice, for letting me know. Appreciate that. So in the pharmaceutical realm. Still dancing 934 on AMC. Apple is down now. Okay. Which is good for this to happen. Oh, look at that. We broke through this. It looks like the SPY chose this direction. Let's see if it holds above this. Interesting. Okay, the SPY is choosing to hold that area of support. Still a little bit too high for me. We'll probably swing it till tomorrow. If that's the case, I'll wait till tomorrow for my entry. I think there might be some fear either at the closing moments of this today or in the opening tomorrow before being pumped by perhaps by the Feds when the CPI data is reported. But I will not be jumping the gun. It's crucial that you implement that, family, into your trading strategies. Let's see. What do we got to look at? Let's look at Caravana. Still cruising. Yeah, I don't think the SPY can hold this for much longer. Watch, my prediction is this price is going to be crashing down, but it's going to be interesting to see how far it does. Maybe to the lower 440s, maybe perhaps a little bit below it. Try to retest the 439 level. It's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, it's in that supply zone. I don't think it can hold it. It could probably come right back to just continue to retest the the mid 440s, but um, again, I personally, this is my bias here. I want to see it somewhere in this area, in the lower 440s slash the upper 439s, 439.67. That will be a wonderful load up zone. But I think perhaps for that one, the ship might have sailed. So I'll wait until tomorrow to basically trade the action of tomorrow and take advantage of the volatility that will be caused by the CPI data. Mm-hmm. Breaking news. Uh, Alice says that the breaking news says we can get to 2% inflation rate with no more rate hikes. IWM doing well. Charles Payne, Fox Business. That's what's up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's going to be interesting to see what they will do. I mean, based on the data tomorrow, it will make the decision for them on the 28th of this month to either add another rate hike or wait until next month or so for it. Uh-oh. Couple of dojis. One doji. New trend. Looks like here comes the pain. Here comes the pain. Or the upside. Let's see. Change of trend. All right, so I'm gonna leave you guys right here for a second. I need to go use the men's room, leave this screen up so that you guys can tell me exactly what happened. You guys can witness what is happening. Hey, I Pete in Kenny's pool. What's up, brother? How are you doing? We'll be right back. I don't know. Should I make a hookah as well, or what do you guys think? Maybe I'm correct. See, here comes the pain. But we'll see. It's respecting that. It's still not making its mind. It could, I mean, we definitely have a change of trend right now coming up. Let's see to which direction. These two big candles right there pause this and indicate that it could be still going up. However, if this closes with another doji, that indicates red action coming. Let's see who's exhausted, the bears or the bulls. All right, should I make a hookah, family? Tell me in the comment section. Yep, it is indeed so far the pain. All right, family, I'm leaving. I'll also make a hookah and I'll be right back. So give me about a good 10 minutes. Oh, look, hold on. Knew the pain was coming. Knew the pain was coming, and the pain is coming. Let's see how much painful it is for the people, because this is good. Yes, yes, drop, baby, drop. Drop. Drop for me. Drop so that I could pick you up at a lower price. See, the option, the market maker wants to kill a lot of people in this options chain. Yes. Yes. Good. And I really need to use the restroom. Guys, this came at the worst time. Speak to me. Hell yeah. BHG and SPCE. Hell yeah. Alice is like, I don't play that spy. Saying a prayer for you. Thank you. That's all I need. Thank you, Alice. Um, right now, currently, the spy is literally my bread and butter, Alice. Like that's the play that I'm most comfortable with because there's so much volatility in it, and the volatility is amazing. When you're getting into like options and stuff like that. Once if you get into that kind of stuff. So I'm in love with what's happening. You remember earlier I was calling for a retracement, and I'm very happy for this retracement right now because it gives me an entry point. So I'm just in concentrate zone right now. That's why I'm not going to the restroom to see exactly where we end up. Ooh, new trend. Okay, let's see. This is interesting. Come on, drop some more. Drop some more. Get my order in, fit it in. Nice, nice, nice. Yes. 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 Sorry, family. Just one moment. I gotta get this through. See this line? It's interesting. Look how it's reacting to it. This tells me that the technicals are correct so far. Will it see, like last time it touched this earlier, it bounced right off of it. But one thing I do know, since the beginning of the day, since we made that midday, actually, sorry, since midday we made around 12 mid to high. Since then it's been lower lows and lower highs, or actually lower highs, but it looks like right here is an interesting position. Do we bounce off of this, or do we break right underneath it? Because if we do, that shows that we eventually will go back down to perhaps retest these areas here in the lower 440s to retest the 439.67, perhaps before tomorrow's what I want or believe that will be a monstrous day because it's going to be a lot of volatility. Interesting. Almost another doji. What's this? Owning the flow. What's up, brother? How long you been in here? I just literally looked. Sorry, I was. Oh man. What's up, my brother? Much love and God bless. Hell yeah, likewise, bro. Some of the family in here was talking about how they enjoyed yesterday's episode, brother. Um, I personally enjoyed it, so we need to continue spreading, great convos and continue spreading the word of God, I guess. In other words, to flex this. Yes, I peed in Kenny's pool. That's what it looks like. Let's see where it respects right here. It could still be actually like, see, that was a long ass wick. They could again retest this 439 level on a greater scale, or like long term. I need to see this level being respected. This is for a longer term, not just for today, not just for tomorrow, like for the greater, like the longer term. This level will continuously show me that, like this particularly, this line moving up right there will show me if we're still in a bull move or upside. If we break underneath that, and we don't retest that and break back in, that's when I know that it's time for the bear movement on the SPY again. But for now, it's business as usual, still look bullish. As crazy as that sounds, right? Nice, yes, dip, dip. I like when it dips like this. Dip. Very nice. Man, that gets me so excited. Sorry for anybody who is on the opposite train of this, but you guys remember earlier in the stream, I was telling you that this was going to happen somewhere around here, and then right when this, at this mark right there, I told you that here comes the pain, and which was basically what, 208. And since then, as you can see, look at that. Oh, let's see if this is the bottom. These are crucial moments right now. Let's see. Drop for me, baby. Hell yeah, Mike. Well, thank you, Alice, again. See, Mike, Alice is one of the most wonderful people in the world. I don't know if you know that. You should. Look, I need to use the men's room, and I'm over here drinking more water. Talking about humans applying more pain to themselves. Yes, yes, drop. That sounded creepy. Drop, drop. It's also cooling off the RSI, which is wonderful. Amazing, amazing. Yes. Let's go. Come on, fit my order through. What are you guys doing? Stop playing. Stop playing. It's right at that mid price. Come on. They're messing with AB. You guys like this? You guys like this? I don't like this. Come on, put my order in. Come on. Come on. Maybe we gotta talk nice to it. Come on, baby. You can do this. It worked! Look, it worked! Oh, man. Hell yeah. I'm loving it. Sorry, McDonald's. I'm not gonna steal your logo, so you could keep it. I'm just trying to, log in with my orders in this. Let's go. Look. Did it bottom out? I mean, it is so oversold. It could still continue a little bit, but not there. Like, we're in that range where it's gonna bounce off now. It's gonna bounce off anytime soon. Oof. This is making me super excited. Watch. Look, out of nowhere now, suddenly it's gonna become like, look at that. Is this it or not yet? We need to get a confirmation. Okay, this is a good learning moment. To get a confirmation that the trend is changing at that point, or we bottomed out, we're gonna see a little bit of consolidation down here, or we see AB likes to be safe. I like to see 3 major big candles like this with no wicks. So like, if I see this big one now close, that's still 28 seconds. It could fill up. It could be bigger. It could be up to here. Look at that. Yeah, fill up, baby. Look at that rebound. This is amazing when you buy near or at the bottom. And now my position, believe it or not, is already in the profit. I could actually get out and collect the 5%. As nasty as that sounds, 5% is very conservative for people. I love those big gains. Even though as conservative as I am of a trader, I love those big gains. But that's a huge candle with barely a small wick on top. This is a very good sign. So let's see where else it continues to go. I just love getting in on a position, especially right where I want to get in. And I'm definitely holding this through till tomorrow now. And that's the crazy part. See, look at that reversal. You guys witnessed it live, family. You see how I was able to get in on the bottom. I was calling it out. I called it when it was going to drop. I called it when it was going to reverse right there. Now I still need this confirmation of this candle to also be big and close. Believe it or not, my position, and that's one thing about love about options, is that you go up a little bit of this little movement right there is responsible for 10% gains. I'm not just trying to hype people up so you could jump into this, or I'm not flexing by all means. Instead, it's very good. I think that if I was to watch this and see this, it will give me a lot of intel on how things operate and how I can go about it myself. For those of you who are, a visual type. So hopefully we just learned something right here. Look at that. Oh my God, baby. Yes. Yeah, I beat in Kenny's pool. And take your phone and headset with you. Oh my God. Yeah, Weeble's having those issues all day. Some BS. BS. Look, I'm eating Kenny's pools like whales. Hell yeah. Look at that, baby. Treat me right. Come on. Come on, people. If you haven't hit that like button at that moment, please do so. If you haven't subscribed and you're watching, please also do so. It makes me happy. It makes me feel like I should do this on a daily basis with you guys and trade together. Okay, so I am gonna go use the restroom. And come right back. Make sure you tell the SPY from this moment on out. If it drops, it can drop all the way down to 439.50. Okay, that's fine. I will average down. It will be even better for tomorrow. If it doesn't drop, tell it to continue to move up like what it's doing right now. Okay, tell it to break 440.93. I need to see that. Otherwise, you know, it's business as usual. Oh my god, I'm tempted to get out now, guys. And this sounds funny because it's literally like a 15% gain on my options already. So yeah, what do you guys think? No, I'm not that guy. I believe in my technicals, so it's gonna be wonderful tomorrow. If it drops more, which I would love to, I will go ahead and scoop up some more because I already know that I've gotten in at a very low price, especially for the strike price that I'm aiming for. Freaking PayPal! This is staying on my today's on today's trading. I promise. F you, PayPal. Who was that? Hey, B Hood, what's up? Thanks for joining the family. Thank you, Alice. It was indeed great timing. I think you motivated that part, honestly. Pabloco, daily lives, smiling. I don't know how to take that, Pabloco. So I'll strike up the music for you guys a little bit. I'm just going to be gone just for a little bit. Best and believe. You guys want to aim for closing the market together today? Maybe we could do that. It's 2:30. We got another hour and a half. I'm going to go ahead and use the men's room. I'm going to make a hookah. It's going to be get ready to get foggy up in here. Just kidding. And I'll be right back, all right? The beauty of being in your home is you get to in your office, in your basement. This is the man cave right here, down here with AB. See the graffiti in the back? It says hookah on it. The beauty of it is that you can be in whatever clothing you want to be in. I'm feeding Kenny's pool. You better tell him to wait. You better tell him to wait. Or don't worry. I think Weeble is doing a good job at that for me. I'll put the screen up so everybody can see before I go. Again, this is going to be for like a good 10 minutes, just until the charcoals of the hookah get lit. And I'll be right back. Perhaps maybe eat a little something. I haven't eaten lunch. I've been with you guys for what? Going on what now? Bob Loco, let's do it. Oh my god. We've been on for about 4 hours exactly. Look at that. Look. Frankie's like, go. Oh man. All right, here I come. Putting the music up. almost destroyed the whole entire room. Let's see. And AB is back, family. What have I missed? Let me see. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go. Hell yeah, look at that. Yeah. My position is up nice. What has it been? 15 minutes? Hell yeah. Javi the Great, how are you doing? Holy moly. Holy schmoly. Hold on. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and put some more music. It looks like that list have finished. Hell yeah. What an afternoon. Thank you, Alice. Appreciate it. We did it together. We did it together. I got the hookah. I made my afternoon prayers. Used the restroom. All that. I ate traditional made homemade food meal. It's called rice and lentils with fried onions on top. It was wonderful. All that happened within less than 15 minutes and came back to my beautiful people. What should we listen to now? Oh, the respect is all yours, Alice. For you, my friend. But thank you. That brings tears to the heart. Appreciate it. We're in this. Should we listen to some blues or... No. No. Let's play some chill music, maybe. Holy moly. Holy schmoly. Yes. Yes. Our position is up 30%, people. Just in that 15 minutes. Patience paid off, knowledge paid off, and the amazing feeling of doing that, like getting a 30% return if I chose to sell at that point, would be very awesome, but that's not the case here. So I'm holding, like I said, through tomorrow with this. I just wanted to have a better entry from this morning. I sold and collected my profits, and I came back into this position with the profits, but guess what? At a lower point than I was at. So it's an amazing opportunity. I gotta take my my allergy pills. Look, I'm eating Kenny's pool, and we're back. Yep. Look, a lot of people left the chat. I think people hate the fact that AB just did what he did. I'll keep it on the low next time. Got me hookah, got me Irish accent. No, that was a little more Welsh. And like, whoa, let's go. Let's go. Yay. Wow. Look at that. Is it going to break this line now? It's going to be hard to believe. Our RSI is too hot. The movement is too much. It looks like it needs to be cooling off and to come down, but we broke this level, and it looks like we could break that resistance level right now and continue on to the upside. Whoa. Damn, guys. 35% return at this point. There we go. Hopefully, guys, you took something away from this and you learned something with this, because who knows, if you guys want me to do this on a daily basis and come on here and do my day trades, that I literally do this on a daily basis. Again, let me know. Put it in the chat. Perhaps let me know by liking the video. I mean, I subscribes, I guess. So I gotta do it for people. Let me know what you guys think. You guys just want me to only speak AMC, GME, and our movement and corruption? I can stick to just that, and I know a whole lot that we're uncovering on a daily basis. Like looking at AMC right now, but on the sideline, see, it's interesting and it's amazing to make that money now from these profits. Guess what? I'm gonna buy some more AMC. I bought some GME earlier, I bought some AMC earlier, and I'm gonna buy some more before the market closes today. Because ape together strong, ape divide weak. Hell yeah, Alice. God is good. God is great. Pablo is like making pancakes. The one and only. Believe it or not, guys, true story. Pablo is actually responsible. He's the one who pushed me to make a Discord, by the way, for the community, and he actually made most of it, if not the whole thing, if my memory doesn't hurt me. Pablo, you know what you mean to AB. You've been with AB since day one, so I'm very true to my true day ones, man, and I'm very loyal to my people. So much love to you, Pablo. You and I don't want to just single just people out. Everybody's an amazing person here, but it's amazing to call out like things as I remember them, like from day one when I literally had like what, like 4 or 5 subs, going on lives and like having like 1 or 2 people watching. People didn't want to hear it, because they're like, they're like, well, let's go listen to some people who just have the volume. The people coming in, it didn't matter what you had to bring to the table. Frank, like I beat in Kenny's pool. I keep messing up and putting your name out there, bro. I'm sorry. Uh, but like you've been there since day one as well. Um, much love to all of you guys. Look, what did I tell you guys earlier? That by the end of the day, we're gonna have our average volume. We're at 17.52. Our average is 17.64. We still have an hour to go from this moment. Let's go. Let's see where the SPY is. Let's see where Jamie is too. Consolidating. For AMC, as long as we keep above this blue line right here, it drew for us, which is 431 level, that's good. That's a good win. Walking into the after hours and perhaps tomorrow, the CPI data. Hell yeah. Look at SPCE. SPCE doing good. Normal, less volume than average. PayPal, man. Oh dear PayPal, I hate you. You're on a stain on my trade for today. Well, it's not done until the end of the week. But again, guys, never over leverage yourself in any position, ever, ever. Okay, right now, just like I told you, like we're cooling off. Looks like they're cooling us off right at that blue resistance right here, this blue line. And as long as we stayed within this supply zone over there, we're good. Tell me, guys, is the music too loud or is it perfect? I'm beating Kenny's pool. Stevie, is this it? I believe that until we get over the hold 640, they can still bring it down at their leisure. Of course, Stevie, anything is quite possible, right? But this is why support and resistance levels are important and as part of trading, because you got to be able to always be ready to see when the trend changes from for example, a buying market to a seller's market, and you always want to go with the trend. Oh, don't hear any. Okay. Can you hear it now? So yeah, you don't want to ever get caught going against the trend of whatever, whether it's up or down. Now with AMC and GME, that's a different case, of course. We always we always are holding no matter what, down, up, and all this stuff. But it's good to understand the importance of resistance and support levels. So you can, if you're an individual who just has dry powder on the side and you want to know when to utilize that, of course, if that's all your dry powder, you want to utilize it at the best and most effective time. Good point, Stevie, by the way. Good. I'm good with the SPY closing above 441 today. That's an amazing accomplishment for it, or that's an amazing thing if it does. Um, Even in the high 440s, it's perfect still. Look at this, pulling off the buying pressure. Very, very good, very good. See, if I wanted this to be just a day trade today, I would have already gotten out in that area right there, locked in 40% profit gain on my position, which would have been amazing just for one day. But I did that part already in the morning. I got out, and then this was my re-entry for tomorrow. Say my name, say my name. All right, let's look at perhaps buying some more AMC real quick. Okay, I'm buying the ask. Forget the bid talk, not with no AMC. Buy the freaking ask, people. Not financial advice, not telling anybody to do something. This is just what I'm doing. I'm trying to get my order filled on this the VIX. Whoa, what is happening with AMC? It's a huge red candle. Not scary enough though. Good. They're trying to get my order in, and they did. Good, we got our AMC. Okay, let's switch. Let's switch this music. Sleepy music, jazz. Love me some jazz. Okay. How about now? Is it overpowering my voice? Tell me, people. Everybody, let me know. What about you, at Beating Kenny's Pool? Is my voice louder now? Let me know if it's good, loud enough, whatever. Yay, may, nay. All right. That's why. Perfect. How about everybody else? It's okay. You can be mean if you need to. All right. We are above our average volume on the daily with AMC. It's a good sign. All right, let's see what happened with SPCE and BB. Okay, BBIG, also another thing. This is an interesting one. It's interesting to see how BBIG break out of this wedge. Will it break to the upside or to the downside? Because it happens to coincide with this resistance level. Because right now it's consolidating, and I would like to see it break this resistance level, at least this one right here, above 240, in order for me to, think about basically having to get into BBIG, make another quick position into BBIG. It has to hold above that. SPY doing wonderful. The RSI is cooling off, giving me a opportunity to giving the stock the opportunity to actually cool off on the selling end, and now we consolidate here and then obviously push past that 41-45 level and push with authority. Then obviously we would be primed to make a new daily high going into the close. They could do something though, like yesterday. Yesterday it stayed all the way until like 3:50 p.m., like 10 minutes before the close, and it was like in a down movement, and suddenly they just literally crucified all bears or all puts in that position, and then strike the position, like, you know, kicked off a crazy buy frenzy that brought the price up to unbelievable levels here. Let's look back. That's right. Over here. This was the end, literally, of the market yesterday. It was all down here, then this happened, and it just boom. It just took off from 438, closing at like 439.69, and of course today it gapped up. It had to fill back that down earlier in the morning, and now we are where we are. Watch it hit that. Probably if the sellers are able, or the bears are able to bring it down to 40 and 93 cents, I would be very glad to see it bounce off anywhere between the 440.79 and or it could still take off from here. It's consolidating now. Again, the RSI was cooling off. It's not fully cooled off yet, so there isn't enough volume pushing it. So I believe that we're in for something similar to yesterday, where at the close, it's like the market maker is going to choose a side that's going to be sweet for him, and he's going to push it in that direction. And it most likely looks like it could be, let me look at it real quick. It could be to the downside, depending on what the options chain look like. Yeah, the market maker definitely be looking at a sweet spot between the upper 440s and the maybe perhaps the lower 441s. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see the close. Nevertheless, what happens with, oh yes baby, yes baby, talk to me. Hell yeah. Push. Push it real hard. AB's being cheesy now, I know. Oh, wow, 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 yes. Come on. Make a new day high. Break that 470. 441.70. Uh-oh. I'm moving one of the lines. What am I doing here? Push. Isn't it wild that my position is up 50%? Am I that greedy to still hold through it? Let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think? Am I greedy? Is AB greedy? F the market makers. This is what I said before about how I took it personal with what they did to us back in January of 2021, and how I made that plan back then to actually hurt them with my positions in AMC and GME, SPCE, and a few other positions, to hurt them through their own game, taking the war or the fight to them through their own methods. I'm not going to my piggy bank or restaurant or anything to try to get more dry powder. I'm actually getting it through the market itself so that I could go ahead and further make my positions bigger. If that makes sense to people, amazing. If it doesn't, it makes sense to me. Yes, look, they're cooling off the buying pressure. Let's go. Consolidate, push, and break that 41.70 on the day. Get up to 442. Who knows? Close above 442. We'll have a crazy laugh. Because I would probably get out of my positions and get in again after CPI data is released. Look, I must have threw everybody out of the stream. So let's see, what stocks did we look up today? We looked at GDC. Oh, earlier, I think that was RIM. RIM, if you remember, I was telling you that it's crucially important that you break this, and if it doesn't, then it will push right back down. And look at it. Look what it have done. It pushed down. It didn't break that blue line. It met that as resistance, and it came right back down. Perhaps to consolidate and perhaps to go back up. But then this is why I'm very crucial about the ideology of meeting resistances and support lines, so that you know when you would like to get in, or if I'm going to take a long position in something or not. This dictates a lot. OPTT is still in consolidation zone. Not enough volume to push it up yet, but any of that could change. GTII. If you guys remember yesterday, who's in this stream that was here yesterday? If you guys remember yesterday, I mentioned that somebody asked about GTII, and I was like, here, the daily, that GTII had a much more bullish setup for me personally than it was. They asked me about GTII and Finger, because Finger was already moving up tremendously and it was risky, and as you can see here, it's still squeezing up 22% up on the day. But GTII was in the beginning of its movement, I said yesterday, and it was already a very, very crucial stock to get in. It was better for me to get in at that point if I was considering getting into it. And looks of it today, it's up 16%, which is pretty nice. Fingers is continuing its move to the upside. Man, this was an amazing play right here. So I've seen this stock, MHK, and honestly, I have no clue what the company does. Doesn't matter because I was just day trading it. I loaded up on some calls on this one on yesterday, and I was able to squeeze in. And look, it's moving up today to this point, and I'm going to hold it until probably Friday. They expire in August, but I'm going to hold it until probably tomorrow and get probably out, collect some of my profits, and get into perhaps collect my investment back, and then leave the rest to see exactly how it meets or fares against other resistance levels, because I don't want to obviously stay in there and see exactly where it goes. It broke this level. That's where I got in, right here, around it was like around 105, 106, something like that. And as you can see, today is continuing the move up, which is great. My strike price was met at 109, and we're at 110.26. It's already in the profit because I have the break even is around 110 and 68 cents. However, this thing, since I still have until August 18th, this thing actually is already in the profit because of the intrinsic value on the option that it doesn't expire until next month. So this thing could still be primed to go up, and again, it is still looking that way. Literally, by breaking this level, its next resistance is literally not even in sight. Somewhere around 115. So I could perhaps cruise with this until then and collect my full profits, get my initial investment back out before even if it shoots up to 130 within the next couple of weeks. I won't even be around in this play, honestly. Once it gets somewhere around 123, 124, that's when I will probably be out of this. Don't trade based on emotions, people. Just trade based on your entry. It's important, and you can set yourself up in a position where you can be profitable and then collect your tendies. Nice. Look at the SPY. Beautiful, baby. All right, it's 3:30 now. We're waiting to see what happens with AMC and GME and the rest of the market, especially seeing here what's happened with the SPY. Let's see where APE is at 190. Look at the rebound that Tesla made. See, like, there's just so many opportunities throughout the market. Like, getting in here in the bottom of Tesla, and you guys see, if we were not looking at the SPY and we're looking at Tesla, the thing is, with Tesla is like the premiums are so far more expensive, and profit margin for me is a lot more profitable through the SPY, even though you could have much bigger volatility and swings, as you can see here with Tesla. But getting in here somewhere around the 266 range, and 37, which was the low on the day, and actually riding that up, which just literally, by the way, happened around 2:30. That's when that happened, which was about an hour ago. Now, an hour later, you would be sitting on a little nice fortune just in a quick hour worth of work. AMC is picking up again. Look, we're a million roughly above our our volume on the daily. Look at this nice buy right here. This was huge. Some either one big whale jumped in right there on that one candle, or we had some short cover a small position. Maybe perhaps they know somebody covered a block right there, probably because they know that there's some news coming out that is going to be crazy. One thing I did find interesting is that 434 price has been roughly a good number for us. A lot of buyers on AMC today chosen to like that price, like at 434, and buy at that price. I've been in Kenny's pool. Boring day. Well, yeah. For our favorite stocks, it is. But besides that, it's actually been an interesting day. To a certain extent, different alleys. Tomorrow is when the fireworks really go off. Look at this. On the 1 minute, we had a double bottom right there, W, which of course showed that this was going to happen. Sudden rise off of it. And we are primed for tomorrow. Look at this. Whoa. Let's go. Some huge buy-in action here on AMC. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. We made a new high on the day. I want us to break that 448 level. Of course, the RSI is super hot right now, which means it will calm down a little bit here, but man, this is, oh my God. I can't stress to you guys how great that big candle is. This was a huge buy. Somebody came in and bought huge. That candle alone took us up 8 cents by itself, that one order. Wow, interesting. Is that fun enough for you so far? I've been in Kenny's pool. Wow. I like it. Let's get 800. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Under process, brother. Trust the process. All right, let's push above that 441.70 on the close for the SPY if we can. If we can't, it's cool. Above 441 anywhere is perfect. More than perfect, actually. We are officially over 2 million of the volume, the average daily volume on AMC. Good, good. Look, the sellers are trying to bring it down, but not that effectively. That one major candle right here, this is a momentum candle, guys. You'll see into the after hours, or maybe in the next few minutes before the close, this is gonna watch. This is gonna draw more buying pressure. Dark bulls, hell yeah. That is definitely a dark bull imprint looking thing. All right, let's get some more bullish news. Bullish music. Going into the close. All right, let's see if the selling on AMC can bring us right underneath that candle right there. Or it will act as support and bounce right off of it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Yes, let's go. Let's go. The SPY is moving up. Come on, break the day's high. 441.70 is our today's high. Push, push, we're cents away.
Can you be my?
Hell yeah.
Can you be my? Or cutie? Can you be my? Can you be? Can you be my?
I looked at the freaking sellers. They already ate that up. Let's see if we bounce off of it. But in doing so, they effectively brought down the RSI for us, which is a very good thing. Now we're primed to actually move on up if there is such buying pressure coming up. Look at that. We're officially 3 million above our usual volume on the day. Look at this monstrous Tesla move today. Just within the last hour and almost and a half. Look at this. It rebounded freaking literally $4. Oh, we broke that. 441.73. We broke the day's high on the SPY. Are we going to experience the last 15 minutes now? Are we going to experience some massive sell-off on the SPY, or are we going to continue pushing past it? Look, another high. Yes. And AB is still greedy. He still does not want to sell it. We're above. Position is above. Literally, oh my god. Yes. It's above 65% on the position. Let's go. Break 442. Let's go. Yes. Treat me right, baby. Do what I tell you to. Break it. Break it. You know you want to break it. You want to break 442. Come on. I mean, it's gonna have a rebound from here. It's way overbought. But break 442 first. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Oh man. What's my name? Oh my god. Damn. It's above 75%. Hell yeah. This ain't no trust me bro source. Trust me bro. Let's get H2O'd. Not an official sponsor. Who wants to be a sponsor of this channel? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, baby, yes. Look at that. AMC respected the bottom of this. See, like I told you guys, the beginning of this candle right here will act as support zone for us so far, and because of the strength of that one candle, the buying pressure, it's acting as strong support. Now, will they have enough pressure to bring us down? Well, they need to spend a lot of money to try to sell us off back down. Ooh. Whoa, whoa, look at the spy. Yeah, baby, yeah. At this point, the position is up 90%. And I'm still not selling it. Wow. This is unfreaking believable right here. The fact that you guys saw it on live, we got literally right here, and now we're up here. It's it's just beautiful, right? Nice, nice. The best part about this is there's literally no freaking gaps here. It's moving up. I mean, of course, it's so overbought. Like, it's gonna have a correction, and most likely either in the last few minutes or either in the last few minutes of this trading hour, or it will be in the after hours. Whoa, 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 what is happening right now? What is happening right now? Are we breaking 443? Is that what you're doing to me? It can't. Like, it just can't. Breaking. See, this is the previous high resistance that we've had. This is a very hard level to break right here for us. We met this level on the SPY literally. Like, we're covering right there. You see that line? That covers the gap that we had here back on July, like after the day after July 4th. So it's crucial that we cover that, and even if it's not today, maybe perhaps into tomorrow, and then perhaps breaking up into the 445 range. That's what's essential for me. ultimately. Right now, there's a lot of volatility. It's the last few minutes, 9 minutes left. It's cooling off some of the buying pressure. This is normal. We like this. We like this. Cool off to bounce back off. See what's happening with AMC as well. Look, AMC is bouncing off. See, AMC used this as support, and the sellers are trying to bring us down underneath it. I would have loved for us to be up 448, break that 448 level. Alice, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Alice. I just heard a buy. Oh, damn. Guys, there is a bunch of institutions that are just now buying like options. One of them is worth $105,000 worth of premium on AMC. Nice. Nice. All that just happened right now. I just heard that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's effing go. Come on, AMC. Yes. You can do this. We got 8 minutes left. Roughly 7. You can go up to 448. You can do this. They call me the stock whisperer. Look at that. See? It's worth 39 now. Let's do this. Close above that 444 at least. Come on, move up. You can do this, AMC. Come on, people. Come on, family. Talk to AMC with me. Maybe you guys can persuade him to move. Uh-oh, I just heard my notification for more AMC. Yep, look, more institutions, another $105,000 worth of premium on AMC calls. Now, of course, they're buying the lowest calls. They're buying the $1 strike price, the $3 strike price, which also has a lot of purpose to why they're doing that. SPY needs to rebound. This is more than I could ask for. Honestly, if it closes anywhere above 440, one was an amazing thing. Closing above 442 is more than amazing going into tomorrow. But the crucial part is that we have to break that 443 level. For those of you that's in the SPY or follows through with the SPY. Okay, SPY is boring. Let's look at it. Let's go, AMC 440. Hell yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Give it to me. Ape is up 0.5%. We're 4 million above our moving daily average volume. Let's see. We got 5 minutes to go. SPY should be rebounding. Let's see where it is. Yep, it is rebounding. Good, good. The RSI still hot. I would be so totally cool with it and down with it if it was to close somewhere around 442.03 or even below that, like right around this support line at 441.70. I'm okay with that. I want it to actually, I'm more so wanting it to do that so that it can have a much more sustainable run tomorrow before CPI. Well, CPI I think is reported at 8:30. Let's see. Yeah, 8:30 is when the CPI data gets reported. Let's look at AMC. Hell yeah, AMC. Come on. We got roughly about 3 more minutes. $4.41. Let's go. Let's go. 7 more cents. Alice, I have to learn placing an order and selling an order. Like you mean like when to buy or sell the order? Is that what you mean by? David Stevens, dang, I accidentally sold 10 shares instead of bought. Now I can't buy more AMC today. It's all good, brother. It's all good. There's time. You can buy again. Calls, puts, options. Who do you recommend? Reading and visual, much cheaper than buying and selling the whole stock shares. Indeed it is, but it comes with a lot more risk, Alice. Hopefully what you see us doing here day to day could shed some more light. I mean, I think that I was as transparent as I guess as it could get with like when I got into the SPY, when I'm getting out. It comes with time as well. I'll tell you that. Time will definitely give you a lot of experience into like the way that the price of the stock moves, especially if you pay attention to a particular stock. Oh, yeah, this looks like it's this is an influx right there. That's what you call this cross right there is called a doji candle, and that's an influx which hints at a change in the movement or the trend of the stock. So perhaps it could be to the downside or it could be to the upside. Let's see, we got 1 more minute to go. Come on, close above 440. This is all good. Anywhere in this area is good. See, that candle brought in this action right here, and sellers are having a hard time trying to bring the price down below it. Ding, ding, ding. All right, this is the end of today's trading session, family. Now we're running into the after hours. Good thing AMC closed over 438 and a half. going into the after hours. Let's see if there is perhaps something to be announced today. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Let's start wrapping up here. Okay. Thank you, Alice. That's the goal for me. That's the goal. Hopefully, as many people can learn, and we all are constantly learning. Let me go ahead and stop the music for now. Give me one moment. Right there. All right, people. MCK33N, will there be any more action today, or can I just relax in my bed? You definitely can relax in your bed, my friend. Just keep an eye out for any, breaking news or sudden things. Maybe some sort of decision comes out, or that kind of or sort of thing. Besides that, you definitely can relax in your bed, my friend. Let's see. Nothing, no news so far. We're good. Looks like it's good. But at any given time from now till 8, it could be something could be announced. Now let me know if any of you guys in here that's still in here, if you have any questions of any sort. Because we did a whole day. We did 5.5 hours together, and it was wonderful. It was I almost didn't feel it because it was that crazy of an amazing time. MCK33N, so you don't think it will squeeze without judge approval? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. First of all, we're going to need to see what happens on the other side. I mean, something we don't know what's behind the curtain. We can definitely squeeze at any given time. Yesterday was a perfect proof of that. That they didn't want to short us by going to borrow shares because there are no shares out there, because every entity is holding on to his shares because of seeing what the judge is gonna act. No one wants to lend shares now, and if it goes this way or that way, they could be out of those shares. They can't recall these shares right away. So they're all holding on their shares to see what happens with the judge. But more importantly for us, I saw that the shorts were actually shorting us yesterday, at least for yesterday, through the options chain, and that was through buying deep in the money put options, specifically at the $17 strike price puts, which act as shorts, just minus the having to go and borrow shares and pay that. They still paid hefty premiums for those things. Each option cost them over 12 or $1,300. I've seen millions of dollars worth of orders that they were putting. Um, so so anything could happen, my friend. Let's see. Great day. Thank you so much. Unbelievable, Alice. Likewise. Um, and Pabloco, live tomorrow. What do you guys think? Tell me in the chat, guys. You guys want live tomorrow throughout trading hours? Tell me. Tell me, baby. All right. Alice got a yes. We got a yes. Hell yeah. Right. Well, sold once, sold twice to the amazing Alice, the one and only, and to the rest of the beautiful family and community that we got here. Yes, Bob Loco. The answer is we will do a live tomorrow in God's will. Um, I'm going to go ahead and obviously sign off. It's been a great day. We did our thing. I got a lot of wear and tear on me. Um, Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the support throughout the day, guys. Thank you, DB Taveras, number one. Thank you. I will definitely do a live tomorrow. Um, and again, like I said, appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and giving me some of your time. And hopefully, you walked away with learning some one or two things here and there. Much love to all of you guys. David Stevens, thank you so much. Everybody else that was here earlier, I know you got to do your thing. So if you come back and watch this point later on, much love from AB and the rest of the family. There you go. I Pete and Kenny's pool is back. I think you had to go take a leak in Kenny's pool, as usual. Hopefully you had fun doing so. And with that being said, family, have a great rest of your evening. Stay tuned. See if there's any news that happen. If nothing happens, I'll see you guys on the battleground tomorrow. Pabloco, much love, brother. So for the rest of you out there, much love. AB Investments.